It did it to me again. It changed itself by itself again. I did not press that button this time around. So there must be some setting over here. So this is not updated yet. Oh yeah, sure enough, there it is. Boop. But it did. So I have a plugin on my OBS that does the countdown timer for me. That I could like adjust to its own time and everything like that. And I noticed the last couple of streams it kept sending me to a black screen. That black screen being my actually alerts. If anybody would have done an alert at that moment, you would have gotten the you would have gotten a big old alert on the screen. That's wild. I had no idea. Let's see. Hi, hello. How are you guys doing today? I hope you're doing well. I wasn't gonna switch the scene yet, but I don't want to leave you guys hanging like that on the completely black screen. Yeah, I wasn't gonna switch screens yet. I just full disclosure, I wasn't done doing things in the background. In fact, I was just thinking about, hey, maybe I should just like change the timer again to be a little bit later. But you know, here we are now. And this is what we're doing. Hi, hello. I hope you're doing well. I'm PB from PB Plays Inside, and I'm excited to be here. I still need to set up my screen so I can so we could see games together. Let's see. Wow, spoopy. I want physical games. Rory Montefort is coming out with another game. Hold on. I need to wait, hold on. Before I do anything, I need to fix this. I need to fix things. Let's see, I just need to clear this out. Because this looked a little bit longer than I thought it would. Apparently, Rory Montefort has some Kickstarter. I was just like, wow, a Kickstarter preview on itch.io. And I saw who made the game. We've played a Rory Montefort game before. I think we've played 2 Rory Montefort games before. Let's see, I need to send those guys over there. I need to send these guys over here. Oh, there's one more thing I need to check before we do this. Okay, I am in fact doing everything fine. Cool, 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 cool. Everything is good. Everything is Gucci. I'm gonna hit that button. We're gonna hit that button, and we out. Okay, now I could share my screen. Maybe I just don't do the whole screen. I do like a window capture. That's a PDF capture, which it should capture because I do have PDFs open. So it is mildly concerning to me that it actually did not show anything. Dude, my hair is flying today. All right, I guess we're just gonna, I'll make another window capture. Unless... No, why would I name anything? Why would I name anything useful? Hold on. The one thing I do wish OBS would do is if I am clicked somewhere in particular in my list of scenes, I would like the new source to be where I have my my like select tool on. You have to make this a little bit. Oh boy. Let's do this. We can do that. I will just make everything bigger. I am suddenly a lot darker on this screen than I was before. So let me see if I can brighten this up a little bit. It's because I forgot to move the gain. That's on me. Oh, you know what? There's one more place I would like to post that I'm live. Before we go live. Super live. Let's go steal what I just wrote in Blue Sky. And I'll come over here. And I will come over here. Over me. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Let's take a drink of water before we get going. Oh my god. That's still real cold. I don't know if you guys know that, but I mean, you guys don't need to know that, but I would like to let you know that it's really cold. All right. Let's see this. Wait, why did you close down? No. Oh, it's because I have you here. That's you over here. Also, thank you so much, Shadow21, for the follow yesterday. I'm assuming you came from... Uh-oh. I'm assuming they came from... Captain Sunrise's stream. Because they shouted me out yesterday on their stream, which is very, very kind. All right, Monteford Tales. Other games we played by Rory Monteford is the Almanac of Sanguine, which I really, 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 really enjoyed. My only issue is me issue. It's me being bad at time management. Time management, hands down, is the hardest thing for me to learn. Just period. Oh, I want to see it when they click this. Oh, you guys can't hear my music, huh? That's probably for the best. Let's see. A game of paranormal television for 1 to 4 players. Welcome to Asher's Ridge. Coming to Kickstarter. Oh, it still hasn't even come out. September 2nd. Well, I still want to know more. Oh, it's a quick start. This reminds me of something. Let's see what they have to say about this. Asher's Ridge is a tabletop role-playing game of paranormal drama television for 1 to 4 players with no GM and 0 prep. By the... I'll see about that, Rory Monteford. Don't tempt me with a good time. By the award-winning designer of the Almanac of Sanguine Past and Dead Letter Society. Follow the campaign and be notified when it launches on September 2nd. And here's a link for it. If you guys are curious, I'll post it in the chat also. This is a preview version of Asher's Ridge, containing all of the rules necessary for a one-shot game. It contains a sample of art painted so far by Roy Monteford. Do you think... Did Roy Monteford do all the art in the Almanac of Sanguine Path, because that's some of my favorite art I've ever seen in my life. In fact, that's the reason why I chose the Almanac of Sanguine Paths as opposed to Dead Letter Society, because it was such an inspirational art direction, an inspired art direction even. But is not art complete. All art is painted traditionally in oils, acrylics, and watercolors. Lights, camera, action, direct and star in your own paranormal drama television show set in the remote fictional town of Asher's Ridge. Experiences that defy scientific explanation are rife in the breathtaking heart of the Lake District. Gather your cast of characters, scout your filming locations, and make a show that will keep them guessing for years to come. Gameplay. During an episode, aka a game, you foreshadow a paranormal threat to Asher's Ridge in short, atmospheric scenes and collaborate on scenes using a web of plot threads created from letter tiles. The threat escalates and becomes personal to your characters through the episode, and tension builds as they take risks to address it. Eventually, problems come to a head for better or worse, and the episode ends in a dramatic cliffhanger. Inspired by Twin Peaks, The X-Files, Stranger Things, and more. Oh, I could zoom this in a little bit more so you guys could read it. That's fine. We can have the little bottom part here. Inspired by Twin Peaks, The X-Files, Stranger Things, and more, Asher's Ridge captures the twists and turns of your favorite paranormal television shows. A GM-less, zero-prep, narrative-led tabletop role-playing game for 1 to 4 players. Ideal for both one-shot and limited series campaigns. Wait, what's today? Okay, I'm fine. Novel system using letter tiles and playing cards, no dice required. Choose a log line, the elevator pitch of the episode. Then draft potential scene locations, making a card pool you draw from during play. Draw letter tiles and form interlinking plot threads. I'm so curious what we are defining as a letter tile. I'm imagining like Scrabble. Then play them out at an available scene location. Draw letter tiles and form interlinking plot threads. Then play them out at an available scene location. If threads elude you, become sidetracked while the paranormal threat grows stronger. Create characters using keywords to express their past and adopt an attitude. Attitudes embody a character's approach and uniquely modify the game's mechanics. Characters organically develop from the risks you take during play. About this preview, the preview guides you through a first game set in the fictional town of Asher's Ridge in the summer of 2025. Oh, so it takes place in modern times. I'm imagining like One Tree Hill, Dawson's Creek. Like that's what it's. When I hear Asher's Ridge, it gives me big 2000s teen drama, you know? You'll use the included log lines, main characters, supporting roles, and locations to create a thrilling and mysterious supernatural episode or series of your own. Hey, Kalino! Ding, 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 ding. That's such a funny emote. How are you doing, my friend? Hello, 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 hello. I hope you are well. Hi, 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 hi. Oh, I think I can up my volume a little bit. Let's see. A thrilling, mysterious, supernatural episode or series of your own. The full rule set includes writer's room advice, a multitude of log lines, the elevator pitch of an episode, rules for creating characters, 10 plus attitude actions and character progression, location deck building, 40 town locations plus 40 alternative interior locations, paranormal phenomena scene generator, series campaign play. What do I need? A set of 100 letter tiles. Okay. I'm good. How am I? I'm doing well. I'm doing good today. It's been a good day today. Really, it's been a good day today. I'm happy about it. How are you? I'm happy to hear that you're doing okay. My hair is being a menace to me today. It is just tickling the fuck out of my face. If you see me just scratching my face, it's my hair. My hair is poking me. Um, yeah, I'm doing well. I'm doing well, and I'm happy to be here streaming. Literally, my mustache right Hairs equals menaces is what I'm learning today. Let's see, what do you need to play? A set of 100 letter tiles, a set of standard poker playing cards. Letter tiles are readily and cheaply available. You may already have a set, example in the copy of Scrabble or Bananagrams, or they can be found online made from various materials. If you don't have letter tiles, the preview offers a roll table using 2d10. Interesting. Playing cards are similarly widely available. Asher's Ridge is most easily played when the cards are customized with an S, with location names. There are several ways of doing this. Use card sleeves and write the location either onto paper sleeved with the card or washi painter's tape stuck onto the card. Most easily played when the cards are customized with location names. Write directly on the card. Most cards can be written on with a Sharpie or alcohol marker, aka or things such as Ahu or Copic markers. Use index cards and write the card suite and location on them. Don't forget the jacks, queens, kings, and jokers. Use the playing cards as they are and consult the table in Asher's Ridge as you play. Okay. This has big me energy all over it, by the way. Like, hey, all these playing cards are attached to something, so like you should probably write them down on the cards themselves, maybe make your own deck of cards, maybe index cards with them, or pull the cards. And it's like really cold right now. I don't know what's been up. I've been sweating so much this week, but we had a cold front come by today. So it's been cool all day. And it's been like if it had also been raining this week or today, I would have slept all day. It's like that kind of weather. It's like big fall weather right now here in my area. It's so funny because we have so many transplants coming through and living in Houston in the past, like since like COVID hit. We've had a huge influx of transplants, and this year as always we had more transplants, and a lot of people were just like, hey, watch out for the summer. The summer's gonna be gnarly. This summer has not been gnarly. The summer has not hit triple digits that often, which is crazy. We've been in like the mid to low 90s for the majority of the summer, which is unheard of. And it's been thanks a lot to there being a lot of rain this season, which is great because this is a swamp. A reminder, Houston is a swamp land. A lot of bayous around here because it is a swamp. It's just a built over swamp. And we've been in a drought since I was in high school. So like the last almost 20 years. Not 20 years. It's closer to 15 years. Closer to 15 years. It wasn't that long ago. It feels like, man, I was talking about high school, either this morning or last night with a friend, and we were talking about the very questionable fashion choices we made back in the day thanks to stores such as Hot Topic. And I made a joke because she was talking about how she was wearing jeans to work and she didn't want to get in trouble. And I was like, oh, like we did in high school. And she was like, you guys had to wear a uniform in high school? And I'm like, wait, I don't have to wear a uniform in high school. when would I say able to wear jeans to school? And I was like, oh, middle school. I was able to do so in middle school. And I was like, I don't remember shit anymore. School was so long ago at this point. Bam, can you say that again for the people in the back? It's a swamp down here. That's what I'm saying, brother. It's so annoying. Back in the day before the drought hit, and my concern for global warming rose higher and higher, people would complain so much about the rain and the humidity. I'm just like, we live in a swamp. What do you want? It's us, the water, and the fucking alligators. Like, what do you want from this area? It's not even like a concrete jungle like Dallas is. Like, yeah, there's a lot of infrastructure here and a lot of roads, but not all of it. You can still drive if you're on the outskirts of Houston, like outside the loop. You'll really start realizing that it's a swamp area. Like, it's not like Everglades down here, right? Not like the Glades, but it is still very obviously swamp, especially in our weather. But like I said, we've just been in a fucking drought for years, for over a decade. And every once in a while, no one will say we've been in a drought for over a decade. Because we do occasionally have a year where we're not in drought weather. It is a little wetter. So we can't consider it a drought. We're in drought that year. But we have not like self-regulated back to swamp-like weathers. Because I remember as a kid, it used to rain all the time. Thunder, lightning, dark outside. Like, it also wasn't nearly as hot, because it used to rain a lot. We'd get a lot of cloud coverage because of just straight up the water cycle. It's wet down here, so it all evaporates up, creates clouds, rains down back on us, and rinse and repeat, Like, I can't with these northerners coming down here and complaining about it, for real. Like, oh, it's so humid down here. Like, yeah, no, duh, you fucking idiot. The ocean's right there. Just because we're about an hour away from Galveston does not mean that we don't have waterways throughout the entire city. There are bayous. Like, maybe we don't have rivers or like creeks running through the entire city, but we got bayous everywhere through the city because you can ecologically get rid of them, Katie, because otherwise you'll just become a floodplain, just a floodplain, but like a flood parking lot is what you'd become, Katie. So like, it's so crazy. PB, thank you. Oh my gosh. I've had so many people try to tell me it's always been the hot. No, it has. No, it has not. It is not. Never been. I know it's never been this hot. I used to spend my summers outside the entire summer. I'd be out there on the fucking parking lot, concrete, like not even asphalt, just straight up concrete, under the fucking summer's heat between the hours of 7 a.m. and 12 p.m. Like, I understand what the heat used to be like. Anyone who ever did sports in Texas could tell you what the weather used to be like down here. Like, I feel bad for anybody who does sports right now because it's unbearable. When I was I was going to the community college near my high school. I would drive by and I would hear them practicing on outside because it was, their hours. And I'd be like, those poor motherfuckers, I'm burning up in my car with air conditioning on right now. What are those poor suckers out in direct sunlight doing? Katie. Look, here, let me tell you, I wouldn't even do transplants dirty. If you're going to move to Houston, if you're going to buy a house or anything like that, do not move to Katy. Do not buy a house in Katy. That is the worst choice you can make. Katy, that entire area of Katy, that was our floodplain. That was me, by the way. That was my Discord. Like, then they began to develop it. They developed that area, and made it, you know, its own little suburb or whatever, old little city. Real nice houses down there for sure because they're all new, or they, you know, they were probably like the last houses that were made well before everybody started cheaping out on making new houses and like instead flipping. Unfortunately, they did all of that on a floodplain. Like that's where everything washes off. It washes off over there, and it's supposed to suck into the ground as floodplains happen, and then, you know, it rejuvenates the plain area with a bunch of stuff. And instead they paved over that shit with pure concrete and built a city on top of it. And now whenever there's like a lot of rain that hits the area, which once again is very common in Houston prior to what is global warming, whenever we have a high rain, like a heavy rain day, like just quick water accumulating on the ground, because the other thing that comes with long-term droughts is the ground becomes hydrophobic, which means that water is not able to soak through it as readily as non-hydrophobic ground would do. Hey Prax, how you doing? I hope you're doing well today. And so we're just talking about how Callan and I live in swamp areas and how frustrating it is when people are mad at the swamp climate in these swamp areas. So when the ground becomes hydrophobic, it does not absorb the water very well, and that's why for some of these like bigger rain years we've had recently, it's because our ground has become very hydrophobic. I speak from experience because our lawn has patches of unaerated soil just because it's been so dry. We've had patches of ground that stopped growing stuff because it was so bad. And it took forever for like the waters to absorb. It's a real pain in the ass, let me tell you that. And so whenever there's a heavy rainfall real quick, you know what's the first place that's gonna flood? Katy every time. And it's not like, and if it's a lot of rain real quick, there is going to be catastrophic flooding over in Katy. Every time. Every single time. During Hurricane Harvey, when a bunch of awful things happened here, one of the worst things that happened was over in Katy. Because there was too much water. Too much water entered the it's not called an aqueduct, but where, you know, where they hold the water until all the excess water goes there through the drainage system. And if it becomes full, you have to not accept any water, and you have to let water out of that water collection area. And so what ended up happening is that Hurricane Harvey was historical levels of rain in a very short amount of time here. We were this close to beating Hawaii in the world, in the record for how much rain dropped in a short amount of time. I think we were less than an inch away from them. It was a lot of rain. It was like 20 something inches in like a day or something like that. And that was too much for Katy. And for the entire city, I'm sure you guys are familiar. Hey, Prax, welcome in with the resub with the primer. Thank you so much, Prax, for that prime. I hope you're doing well today. And so the one of the places that got hit the hardest and had legitimately destructive water was over in Katy because their aquifer got so full that uh they spent an entire day like going door to door where they could, like on PAs, on like megaphones, on anything they possibly could to try and tell the people who were still in their homes at that time that yes, the flooding, was receding, and their houses were visibly fine at the moment, but they were going to have to let out the water, and it was going to catastrophically flood their homes and their neighborhoods and the area. And once the water was there, it was going to rise very quickly. And if they weren't out, they weren't going to be able to leave. I forget what they call it when you are going to die if you stay in the area. I can't remember what they call it. But that's what they were saying. It's like, if you stay here, you will die. And you will not be rescued. You cannot be rescued. So leave. Like, it was mandatory. Police were authorized to drag you from your home. And then they did it. Then they flooded the mandatory evacuation. It's that's not the word, but yes. They were mandated to evacuate. They got their homes water up to the roof line from being almost completely gone to the roof line, just to make sure that something even more catastrophic didn't happen and all the water got let out, because God forbid. Most of our water retention areas exist so downtown doesn't flood. So that side of Katy got fucked. It was because Katy is a floodplain, and there's not meant to be something built there, fam. But they built over the whole damn thing, developed its whole damn area. And of course the people who move there are, people moving into the area. Had no idea that that's what that area was for. So they're getting fucked because of it. And I think there are like things that they're doing now to fix the area, to try and rectify the catastrophic flooding that happens pretty often now. That year in particular, the Hurricane Harvey hit, like a month or two prior, we had I think we call it like the Katy floods. It was catastrophic flooding from just rain, just straight up a storm rolled by with a lot of rain, flooded all of Katy. And then for a couple of months later to have Hurricane Harvey happen, and then it happened again, was a big ol', hey, what the fuck? Because like the Katy floods didn't do anything anywhere else. It was just Katy that got fucked, not anywhere else. It's funny in a sardonic way, not funny in a haha way. Absolutely, Prax. I'm looking at my schedule and trying to see if it's something I feasibly can do. Hey, Kiana, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Hello. But yeah, so that's like what's happening there. So now that it's this year, it was a much more wet year. We actually had a wet summer and a wet spring, which is even crazier because we haven't had wet springs in a while. But yeah, everyone was telling the transplants like, hey, watch out for summer, because last summer was fucking awful. Last summer, it was like 100 from like end of March until beginning of September, like maybe even October. Like, we had some hot days in October also. It might have been until November that it was summer, for all, like a very hot summer all of that time. So we're like, hey, be careful, stay hydrated, you know? Be careful, because shit's gonna get real in the summer. And then it didn't. It's actually been an extremely cool summer, which is crazy. Crazy due to the recent weather history. This summer is very similar to the summers in my childhood. No worries, mostly just making sure that DMs are getting through because Discord has been crazy. And absolutely, Prax, I totally get it. I've had a lot of DMs recently, and certain things have fallen through the cracks. So it is definitely good to check. Yeah, this year was so good compared to last. It's very good. Like you said, it rained 3 days in a row. Absolutely. We've had like a week, it's rained the entire week, which would have been unheard of last summer. And for a couple of the years in the past, like, decade. But yeah, it's crazy. But now like all the transplants think that we've been lying to them and it's not actually that bad, but just terrible. Because that just means more transplants aren't going to move down. And I don't need more people in the city. We do not need more people in this goddamn city. The traffic is so awful. Unfortunately for us, sinkholes are on the rise. Ooh, hate that for you, Kellen. I hate that for you. That is sinkholes, like, you know, I feel like sinkholes, you know how we've learned a lot about quicksand in our lifetimes? I feel like maybe we should have taught ourselves a little bit more. We should have been taught more about sinkholes rather than quicksand. Because I feel like I'm 1,000% more likely to stumble upon a sinkhole rather than quicksand here in the good old US of A, you know? Also, I feel like quicksand is not nearly as dangerous as a sinkhole. But maybe that's just confirmation bias because I know how to deal with the a quicksand because they made it seem like quicksand was going to be an everyday hazard for us in life. And they don't know what those are, as I found out recently. Oh. Oh no. Uh-oh. I am... Oh boy. Oh, it's wild out here, guys. Anyways, don't move down to Houston. It's not worth it. Go live somewhere not as hot and not as prone to hurricanes and sinking and flooding. Go move to like San Antonio or something. I also would not recommend you move to Austin. They also do not need more transplants. And Austin is not what you think it is. Austin has a real good PR. Let's just put it that way. And I would never recommend anyone move to Dallas or the Fort Worth area. Oh my god, did you guys hear that Micah Parsons got traded to the Green Bay Packers? A good day. It's a good day. It's a good day to be a Cowboys hater, let me tell you that right now. Good day. Honestly, it's been a good off season as a Cowboys hater. Anyway, and yeah, we're still developing, moving here. I'm gonna flip bricks, dude. That's what I'm fucking telling you, man. They just see those tax breaks and they're like, I'll deal. Like, no, fam, don't. Like, are they intentionally screwing themselves? No, it's the developer screwing them. It's so bad. It's so bad. No one tells you anything about where you're living nowadays. The Cowboys, I mean. Like, are they intentionally screwing themselves? Hey, long live Jerry Jones. Long live Jerry Jones and all his wisdom and decision making. May he May he long reign over those Cowboys. How about them Cowboys? Like, are they intentionally screwing themselves? It fucking feels like it. But like, it feels like they've been intentionally throwing for like 5 years now, you know? Like, when did Dak break his leg or whatever? Like, Dak has been like catastrophically injury prone for years now. And they just keep paying. Isn't he like the most paid QB in the NFL right now? I think he is. I'm trying to think who recently got their paydays. No, it might be Josh Allen. Josh Allen got paid this year, didn't he? He's pretty up there though, because Dak's the person who he reset the salary cap for QBs, I think. Because they well overpaid him. No, Mahomes. I think Mahomes redid his. I think Mahomes redid his contract last year. It is. I don't even think he's in the top 10. He does not get paid that much. Josh Allen gave a bunch back to the team to lower the salary cap. I'd have to check. I don't remember who just recently got paid. Let's see. Who is this? NFL. Let's see. Ranking the NFL's biggest contract. Oh, you guys can see this. There's nothing crazy on this page. Let's see. Ranking the NFL's biggest contracts for 2025. When did this come out? Apparently, linebacker TJ Watt and the Pittsburgh Steelers have agreed to terms on a 3-year extension worth $123 million. Jesus Christ. That deal makes Watt the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history with an average salary of $41 million per year. That's wild. All right, let's see. So Dak is getting paid $60 million this year. Josh Allen is getting, a lot of people are about to be paid $55 million. That is going to be a common number you're going to see. Josh Allen at 55, Joe Burrow at 55, Trevor Lawrence at 55. Well, no wonder they haven't cut him. Jordan Love at 55, Tua Tagovailoa at 53.1 million. That is still so much money for Tua. Brock Purdy for 53. I know his was this year. Goff at 53. I think Goff got his payday last year, the year before last. Justin Herbert at 52.5. Lamar at 52. I don't think Lamar had his maybe at 52. Maybe it was the year before last Lamar got his payday. Jalen Hurts, I think, got his payday last year or this year at 51 million. Kyler Murray at 46.1. Good for you, Kyler Murray. Deshaun Watson at 46 million. I don't even know if it is the biggest throw of the Browns franchise. The Browns are remarkably bad at everything, always. I like, it's impressive, genuinely. Jalen Hurts moved teams last year. What the fuck? Yeah, Trevor Lawrence was part of that year. I think the year either Dak got paid or someone else got paid. There was a reset on the salary, and that was his payday year. Let's see. Patrick Mahomes at 45 million. Big Kirko with the payday, 45 million, absolutely robbing the Atlanta Falcons. TJ Watt at 41 million. We have Jamar Chase at 40.25 million. Man, the Bengals are really up there with the Browns at terrible financial decisions. My boy Myles Garrett at 40 million over at the Cleveland Browns. Remember when Myles Garrett in this offseason was just like, I'm free. Call me if you want me. And then the Cleveland Browns were just like, we'll give you $40 million, or we'll give you several $100 million. It was for like 5 years. And he was like, you know what? I love the Browns. I'm so happy to be here. Super Bowl who? Fucking get paid, Myles Garrett. God, what an out. There's so many good players on the Browns are just absolutely wasted. Not so many. There's a few Browns players that I'm just like, damn, what a waste. Matthew Stafford at 40 million. Geno Smith at 37.5 million. That's a crazy amount for Geno Smith. Danielle Hunter, DE for the Texans, 35.6. Max Crosby for 35.5. I think Max Crosby also just recently did his contract. I think he just recently did an extension, either this year or last year. Maybe the year before that. I don't remember. But I remember seeing that contract. Justin Jefferson, 35 million. Justin Jefferson, absolutely worth every single penny. Nick Bosa for 34 million. I remember that contract. And CeeDee Lamb for 34 million. Get paid, CeeDee Lamb. If you're going to play for that trash organization, you better be getting paid. Especially when your QB is the highest paid idiot in the NFL at 60 million. That's a 5-year contract too, I believe. So I think maybe he got an extension this year. I can't remember Dak's I can't remember his contract. Oh, my favorite part about this, by the way, hold on. My favorite part about this, Dak Prescott, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love, Tua, Brock Purdy, Jared Goff, Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, and Jalen Hurts, and Kyler Murray. Of these top 12 QBs, Dak Prescott didn't make the semifinals, or didn't make the championship. Buffalo Bills, I don't think they did. Did they go to the NFC? No. Are the Bills AFC? I'm terrible at AFC, NFC. I'm trying my best to learn them, the divisions. But some of these I don't care that much about their divisions. AFC champs. They were AFC champs last 2 years. Dak Prescott, when did he last go to the Super Bowl? Josh Allen, same question. Joe Burrow actually did, so like that was a while ago though. And they're really still coasting off of that. Joe Burrow, another person totally wasting their talent over in the Bengals because they're also a trash organization. Trevor Lawrence, when's the last time you heard about the Jaguars? Jordan Love, the Packers. I mean, they're doing all right, I guess. I don't think he's doing $55 million worth of all right. Dolphins also not that impressive. The 49ers, I think, had a terrible year last year. Although Purdy has I think has a pretty good record. Jared Goff also did pretty okay. Man, the Lions got fucked though. I'm not even gonna blame Goff on that. Their team was running on chewing gum and duct tape by the end. Justin Herbert, it's all right. Chargers are all right. $52 million all right though? Lamar Jackson definitely deserves more money. He should be on the $55 million contract, but 52. It's $52 million. What are we gonna say? Jalen Hurts, he took a lower contract, and that's why they're able to have a lot of weapons this season and last season. And Kyler Murray for the Cardinals. I mean, it's the Cardinals. They have some fun games sometimes. 46.1. The fact that we inflated the QB market with Dak Prescott getting 60 million is wild, because some of these guys don't deserve more than like 35 million, I would say. These are ridiculous numbers, even with like the cap increases. It's ridiculous. These guys aren't nearly that impressive to be doing that, all that. Purdy was out. Oh, here we go. Josh keeps beating the Chiefs in the regular season and then loses to Mahomes in the playoff semifinal round. There you go, semifinals. Yeah. It's the curse of. It's so funny because they regularly beat the Chiefs in regular season, and it's just so bad that they just don't have. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy watching the Chiefs play football, because like during the season, you'll just be like, wow, they're not looking that great. And then they hit the playoffs, and suddenly you see that they are seasoned football players and a seasoned team with a seasoned coach, because they really handle pressure very well. You know, believe what you will about the conspiracies with the refs and the Chiefs, but you definitely can tell in their play that most of the time the way they play is kind of nutty during the playoff season. Purdy was out for a large number of games he like they had that Super Bowl where he had, I think it was like a really bad torn ligament in his throwing arm, like very early on in that Super Bowl. It was unfortunate. It made the Super Bowl very boring that year. Then I'm trying to remember. I didn't really follow. That's me. That's my Discord. I don't really follow them that hard. Mute this conversation for a couple of hours. But yeah, Detroit's made third round of the playoffs. Detroit did, considering what the Lions had to work with for pretty much the entire season. You know, in movies or like a cartoon, when they want to show that somebody went through hell and back to get to a location, and when they get there, their cars, like the car stops and like the entire thing falls apart. That was the Detroit Lions that season. I think they were onto like their third stringers. It was so bad. Trying to remember what the 49ers issue is. I remember they had one of their rookie wide receivers get shot before the season started, so he was out for a little bit. Brandon Ayuk is another one of their wide receivers, and I cannot for the life of me remember what his injury is, but he's been out for like a year, I think. All I ever hear about Ayuk is how much he complains about basically not wanting to play football in the NFL anymore with how he acts. Yeah, is it Parcells? Ricky Parcells? He got mugged. They wanted to take his watch, and apparently Ricky Parcells is not about that life, and did not want to give them his watch. And so they shot him. He was fine. He's fine. I want you to know, just for the record, he's completely fine. He didn't get hit anywhere important. They did shoot him in the chest, but it went past anything important. And he recovered pretty quickly, considering. It's a scary ordeal though for the rookie in the Bay Area. But he's fine. Just for the record, Ricky Parcells is fine. I think he was out with another injury last year, unrelated to being shot. but it was crazy. I was like, that was one of those news stories that you were like, excuse me? Hello? And everyone was like, can you not do that again? Have we considered not antagonizing muggers? Just a suggestion. You are, in fact, an NFL player. You have a lot to live for. Please don't die over a watch you can afford next season when you're off your rookie contract. It was fucking wild. Again, he's fine. He's totally fine. But Ricky Purcell did get shot. And that's why he was out. The 49ers have not had a great wide receiver. I just found out today that apparently they Jawan Jennings, which in my mind is the only wide receiver left in that depth chart. I have no idea who else is a wide receivers over in the 49ers. With Brandon, honestly, after Brandon Ayuk left, I was just like, who the fuck is playing for the 49ers? He hasn't left. Brandon Ayuk is still there, but he complained all last season about wanting to leave. It was the only thing anyone was talking about. It was a slow news cycle last year, apparently, because all I ever heard about was about fucking Brandon Ayuk and not wanting to be a 49er anymore. And then the 49ers paid him a lot of money, and he's still not playing the game. So, like, I don't know what the deal is with Brandon Ayuk. But it makes me feel like he's probably not going to be in the NFL that much longer. And Jawan Jennings, I remember, made some good highlight plays last year. And I found out today that they wanted to, I think either Jawan wanted to leave, or the 49ers were looking to trade him. I can't remember which of the two. But I'm just like, then who the fuck is your wide receiver if you're going to get rid of Jawan Jennings? Just walked in. Wasn't he the one who walked off the field because he was pissed about the game? Just walked to the locker room mid-game? Probably. What I learned about Brandon Ayuk is apparently he's a big old draw. I mean, he's a wide receiver. You know how they are. But apparently he's one of those, which is wild. Because he's not that seasoned of a player. He also hasn't had, like, he had one good year in the NFL when they made that Super Bowl run. And I mean, they've made it a couple of times, but the Super Bowl run where Purdy stepped in, Purdy's first year, when he stepped in after Garoppolo had the season-ending injury. That was the same year Brandon Ayuk also had a standout year. And then he got real big-headed about it, apparently. Then I don't remember hearing much about him the year after that. And then after that, I think it's when he did his holdout that people talked about nonstop. Because they thought he was going to get traded to the Steelers. And you know what? I think they should have probably traded that guy. I don't think he has played a singular snap since they paid him money. So, like, I don't know what the deal is there. They don't need a wide receiver. SF does have number 2 in McCaffrey. Oh, yeah, they have George Kittle. Absolutely. I think Kittle's going to carry the 49ers this year because I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Lady Luck. I hope you had a good stream. Did we ever find out if ghosts and zombies can coexist at the same time? Can you be one in both? Hello, Springleaf. Hello, Lucky Lady Luck. Lucky Lady is what I was about to say. Lady Luck. I hope you had a good stream. I hope all is well. Today, we're looking at spooky games. Allegedly, I'm looking at spooky games. Right now, I've been on the screen for Asher's Ridge, a Kickstarter preview by Rory Monteford, a ttrpg designer whom I've played a game of before. You may be familiar with them from the Almanac of Sanguine Paths or Dead Letter Society. Letter Society. I think it's Dead Letter Society. Hold on. Let me just come over here and let's just scroll this way. Dead Letter Society. Yes. I have previously played the Almanac of Sanguine Paths. I believe last spooky season I played the Almanac of Sanguine Paths. If it's been a year already, that hurts my feelings. That does not feel like an entire year ago. But apparently they have a Kickstarter coming out the 2nd of September. I think 2nd of September. And we just saw their preview. I saw Rory Montfort and I was like, I have to click on that. And it's the only thing I've looked at all stream because we've been on tangents. Currently talking a little bit NFL. I forgot about the question in your go live. Oh no. If you die by turning into a zombie, can you become a ghost and just get stuck following your shambling zombie around? Man, talk about just like getting screwed twice. Imagine turning into a zombie and being like, oh man, not my body being controlled by the necromantic magics. And then you find out that your soul is still tied to your body, but as a ghost. So like you aren't experiencing what your body is doing, but you're definitely watching your body do everything that a zombie would do whilst being a ghost. That's a double whammy, man. What a double whammy. I would be so embarrassed if I wasn't a good zombie. For real. Especially if I had to watch myself be a zombie. I'd be like, damn. Like, part of me is just like, I kind of, like, if my zombie body were to get in a fight with somebody else or, like, try to bite someone and convert into another zombie, depending on what the zombie lore is in this case, and my zombie got killed or did not accomplish its goal when it went into attack, I'd be like, I think I'd be, like, bummed. I think I'd be a little bummed out. Like, obviously, I'd be happy that I didn't hurt anyone, whatever. But, like, I'd be a little bummed that I didn't, you know? Like, wow, really? But, like, what was even the point? What is even the point? If I just got knocked down immediately. My first attempt at zombie things and I immediately die? Ooh, embarrassing. The real question is, could zombie you see ghost you? Like, how would your body react to ghost you? You know? Mixed feelings, like, be better as a zombie, but also, like, don't turn others into, like, be like a good person zombie, but, like, also, if you're gonna be bad, at least be good at it, you know? I mean, it's not like they can tell us if they do have paranormal sight. That's why I'm just like, imagine. What if it's just like a bunch of zombies shambling around with like their ghosts trailing behind them, but like only if you can see ghosts could you see that. Otherwise you just see a bunch of zombies shambling around. Let's see. I've read this book. It's a paranormal urban fantasy. Ooh. What do they think a ghost is real? And they're just like, oh my god, it's just like chasing your tail. There's just a bunch of ghosts. And like ghosts know, so they're like they just lead their zombies places. Let me find the title. Absolutely. Please do, Prax. And falling through the ghosts. That's why they're so clumsy. They're always trying to interact with their ghosts. Because also, can you imagine the amount of ghosts that would try to like get back into their bodies? In their zombie bodies? Like, would you then still be a zombie if you got your soul back into your zombie body? Or would you then just be mind, body, and soul controlled by whatever has made you a zombie? Or do you just have like an actual death the moment you go into a zombie, you know? Because it technically is an undead. Yeah, could you possess your own zombie body? Oh my god, zombies would be like little kids playing soccer, just chasing after someone around the field after the same ball, but it's a ghost. That's such a funny image. A new apocalypse story just dropped, but it's a POV of a ghost trying to save people by corralling zombies and just trying to get them to stumble to their deaths and finding out how resilient zombies actually are. Like, all right, all of you, let's walk into the ocean and drown together. What do you mean you could survive? What do you mean you could? What do you mean you don't? What do you mean you just walk on the bottom of the ocean and don't drown? What kind of bullshit? You know, they always say that. They always are just like, yeah, they will just walk around and shamble around in various zombie medias that they could just exist in the water. But like, fish love eating shit, you know? And I can't, and like, it's so hard to move quickly underwater. And I can't imagine that a shambling body would be able to move any more dexterous than the human. In fact, I would assume that they're heavily impeded in the water. I just can't imagine that like zombies wouldn't be immediately devoured. You know? Is that just me? Is that weird to think that they would just be devoured in the waters, in like especially oceans? I think it was The Walking Dead that did ocean zombies. And I just feel like maybe they would have been eaten. That's just me though. What if you have to like purge your zombie body to lay your spirit to rest? So the book would be the misadventures of leading your zombie body to a spiritually magically charged place so you can finally move on. Oh, that would be so good. And then you find out that in this place, like, with as many bottom feeders there are, yeah, they would be devoured. That's what I'm saying. I just feel like the amount of just like fish kind of just eat what fits in their mouths, you know? A lot of them just like, I don't know. I just, especially because our bodies become so unstable the longer we're in water. I just feel like it would be real easy for fish to eat us in zombie form, unless fish then also become zombies, feeding on zombie flesh. Then that would make a little bit more sense. But like, no, I feel like it would be really easy. Crabs, lobsters have the barnacles. Oh man. Oh man. Because I also then don't imagine like zombies would be able to catch fish that well. Again, just due to the slow factor of it all. I don't know. It's just kind of me. I've legit asked these questions on stream. October 2022. I think we fell down the fish and underwater zombie rabbit hole. Look, all I'm saying is that maybe that's unreasonable to think about. I'm a much bigger fan of underwater vampires than I am underwater zombies. Like, I think a lake, I'll give you like a lake. You can like cross a lake as a zombie, or like a river. Well, maybe not I feel like if you're crossing a river, you're also fucked as a zombie. Especially if it's like a busy river or heavy, like a river with a hell of a flow. I'd give you a lake or like a pond because that's small, you know? You could walk across that thing before getting devoured, probably. But like an ocean, and the ocean's also so wildly corrosive, you know? Like, that just feels unrealistic. Like, I know we're already talking about zombies, but like, if I'm gonna base zombies in reality, that just feels wildly like something that shouldn't exist. Clearly, we're on the same wavelength. Exactly. Okay, but like if vampires don't have to breathe, they'd be great deep sea technicians. Absolutely. Because like presumably they're also hardy. So they'd probably be able to like go handle the pressures of the ocean. Because that's the other thing. Then there's like the pressures of the ocean because water is heavy, you know, and there's a lot of water pushing down on you when you're down on the ocean floor. Like, I just don't think it's feasible to think that zombies would exist on an ocean. Like, zombie media has caught on that people would be like, I would just go onto an ocean or like an island and just wait for it to pass. I would live on my boat. They really were just like, fuck you and your idea of dodging zombie apocalypse is pretty much as far as we've went. I feel like people went down that thought line. Would atmospheric pressure affect vampires or zombies? I think it would definitely affect zombies because I don't see why it wouldn't. Vampires, I think it would depend on the vampire. It depends on the vampire of the media you're extrapolating from. But I think in most of them, I think vampires would be fine, honestly. Like especially if they have like a particular like they had like a particularly hearty meal leading into it, like I feel like they would be fine. Or like it would be really simple to find a way for vampires to be okay. Depending on if it's magical versus medical / viral reason zombies, yeah. What if they are like pirates from Curse of the Black Pearl and can just walk across the ocean floor like normal? So true. But at that point, I feel like it'd be more feasible if they just became skeletons. You know? I feel like that would be easier to maintain. But if like they're magical zombies at that point, I feel like a lot of things wouldn't ring true for them, right? Because like they're probably existing on a ship with a bunch of this corrosive seawater hitting them. And if they're still perfectly fine, then I think they'd still be perfectly fine underwater. Skeletons versus underwater denizens. I think skeletons would have an easier time fighting things underwater. I don't think they would be fine, but I think they'd have an easier time. Because they're just bones, you know? At that point, they're just bones. And then you'd know that they're magical, because otherwise there's absolutely no way that they'd be able to hold up their structure. And then I feel like there would be a lot of arguments you can make about skeletons. Wow. They're just bones. You wouldn't be afraid of Calista Flockhart, would you? Oh, it's good. It was a good movie. It is. Yeah. I feel like reasonable skeletons, magical zombies, vampires. I'm almost certain it really depends on the media you're pulling your vampires from, but I think for the most part, many vampires would be able to survive underwater. If they have an ounce of like healing properties, I think they'd be able to survive underwater. An argument could be made. Regular apocalypse zombies, though, I don't think so. I simply do not believe that they would be able to live in an ocean, to like walk from like one place to another. Like some of these zombie like ideas go too far. They're like, yes, they walked all the way from Europe to the Americas, or from the Americas to Europe, and that's how the zombie virus spread. Like, stop being ridiculous. There's not a singular shot in hell that zombies would make their way across the ocean. like straight only through the ocean to another continent. No, I would be hard pressed to believe if you told me they even like crossed the Mediterranean. You know, like that still even feels ridiculous. Cause like I feel like they would get stuck just chasing underwater beasts. If they were so inclined to get into the water and not immediately get and immediately sink and not get washed away with the waves, um I feel like they'd be so distracted by the underwater life that making it to another body of land is so unfeasible in my mind. It'd be the equivalent of an early transatlantic shipping. 6 months later, they appear. Yeah, I just don't think they could make it. Like, if you get lost at sea so easily, I can't imagine that a shambling zombie, who even if magical and does not deteriorate at the ridiculous pressure levels of underwater ocean, I think it's so unfeasible. Okay, zombies underwater basically have ADHD, and your ghost trying to lead them to another continent or random island going, no, not the fish over here. Look at me, not the fish. Oh my god. Imagine. But also, I can't imagine the ghost would know where to go. Unless they have a strong sense of the cardinal directions thanks to uh the magnetic poles. Like, I don't imagine that they would also know which way to go. Reading the ley lines, so true. You would have to know your ley lines and how you'd have, oh my god, trying to get your zombie to get things for you to learn things so you can research. I'm writing an entire book plot right now. Absolutely. Writing a series of of the ridiculous hijinks you can get into as a ghost trying to lead your zombie so you could rest. I like trying to just learn anything because like we'd have to assume that you had your previous knowledge, right? And you've learned nothing new. What if it's just like a bunch of people? Like you just talk to a bunch of other ghosts. Kind of like in god, what was that movie? Like Warm Bodies, how you're friends with like other zombies. And as they became more human, like they became more friends and like conveyed information to themselves. Unless it is like Warm Bodies, and when you eat the brains of somebody else, you gain their memories. And then that's how you learn more about it. But would the zombie learning something equate to you learning something? Now that's the real question in the situation. As a ghost, would you learn anything? Or at that point, are you two completely separate entities? I think iZombie also has that plot, doesn't it? I never watched that show, but I think they had something similar where if you ate their brains, you would get their memories. So zombies and ghosts can both exist. I think what we have determined is that together they can exist. Yeah, that was a plot of iZombie. I understand why that would be a common a common gimmick amongst zombie media. Wild. To finish off the other conversation, also, Christian McCaffrey, unfortunately, both old and accident prone or injury prone. Not accident prone. He's injury prone. So I know that they've brought in a couple of running backs over to the 49ers recently. So I can definitely see hopefully the main issue with Christian McCaffrey is that they keep playing him nonstop. He plays like every game until he inevitably gets hurt because he's both older and now injury prone. What was it? He fucked up both of his Achilles last season or something like that. He always is ending up with these ridiculous issues because they just keep playing him until he is ragged and then he gets hurt inevitably. So I'm hoping that they play other running backs before Christian McCaffrey starts getting hurt. George Kittle, though, although getting old, I think George Kittle is still doing fine. I think George Kittle has like another 2-3 years in him, to be completely honest with you. And I think if you are a fantasy football person, and you still need a tight end, I would pick up George Kittle. I think he's going to have a good season for points. I would not pick up Christian McCaffrey, unless you have another great backup running back, because Christian will probably give you a good solid like 5 games and then get hurt or something ridiculous like that. I also don't think they're going to play him as much this year. Just with the amount of, I think they have like, I know they recently got a running back from somebody, I can't remember, but I remember being surprised to hear that they were traded. Yeah, I would still go. Yeah, I don't think I'd pick up a McCaffrey in fantasy football, which, as we all know, is the real metric of how well a football player is doing. Oh man, good luck to anybody doing fantasy football this year. I think it's going to be an interesting year in the NFL. But to get back here, Rory Montford, Asher's Ridge. Asher's Ridge, we're right at the end of this. So I'll just finish reading this. The final non-preview version of Asher's Ridge will include, as standard, free printable letter tiles and playing cards for ease of use. Additionally, custom playing card decks are available during the Kickstarter campaign, alongside a limited number of handmade letter tile sets. The influences of this game by the atmosphere, soundtracks, and storytelling are Twin Peaks, The X-Files, Stranger Things, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, The Fall of the House of Usher. Ooh. Asher's Ridge is also influenced by tabletop role-playing games and board games such as Alice is Missing, Context Entertainment for its emergent and freeform storytelling, Dream Askew by... Oh, it's another Avery Alder game for emotionally impactful community-driven storytelling about people and their relationships among the collapse of civilization. Wander Home Possum Group Games for its conversational gameplay where the journey is what matters most. Finally, if you would like to provide feedback and or be credited as a playtester or beta reader in the final game, please use that forum. And above all, thank you for taking the time to read and enjoy Asher's Ridge. Don't forget to follow the campaign. To that, Kickstarter. Writing, design, art, and layout by Rory Montford. Editing by Penny Blake. Script change by Bo... I'm getting absolutely not a singular clue as to what this accent might be from. We'll just say Jaeger. My instinct is to say Jaeger, but I'm going to say Jaeger. Sheldon. Dicier Font by Speak the Sky. Oh, licensed under CC by 4.0. This book is 100% human made. Thank you so much, Rory Montford, for being a not piece of shit. So Welcome to Asher's Ridge is a game of paranormal television for 1 to 4 players. Right now, there's a one-shot that is available for you to play, because as a preview to the Kickstarter that they're coming out with September 2nd, so it's coming up. It's next Tuesday, I think. Yep, next Tuesday is when this comes out. But Asher's Ridge is claiming to be a tabletop role-playing game of paranormal drama television for 1 to 4 players with no GM and 0 prep. It is by the award-winning designer of The Almanac of Sanguine Paths and Dead Letter Society. Follow the campaign and be notified when it launches September 2nd. Is The Almanac of Sanguine Paths, did Rory Montfort also do all the art in that? Because if they did, I'm blown away. Yes, this is a preview version of Asher's Ridge containing all the rules necessary for a one-shot game. It contains a sample of art painted so far by Rory Montfort, but it is not art complete. All art is painted traditionally in oils, acrylics, and watercolors, and you can tell. Lights, camera, action, direct and star in your own paranormal drama television show set in remote fictional town of Asher's Ridge. Experiences that defy scientific explanation are rife in the breathtaking heart of the Lake District. Gather your cast of characters, scout your filming locations, and make a show that will keep them guessing for years to come. Gameplay. During an episode, aka a game, you foreshadow a paranormal threat to Asher's Ridge in short atmospheric scenes and collaborate on scenes using a web of plot threads created from letter tiles. The threat escalates and becomes personal to your character through the episode, and tension builds as they take risks to address it. Eventually, problems come to a head for better or worse, and the episode ends in a dramatic cliffhanger. Inspired. We've already seen the inspired by. I've lost my mouse. There it is. So it is a GM-less, zero prep, narrative-led tabletop role-playing game for 1 to 4 players, ideal for both one-shot and limited series campaigns. Novel system using letter tiles and playing cards, no dice required. Choose a log line, aka the elevator pitch of the episode, then draft potential scene locations, making a card pull you draw from during play. Draw letter tiles and form interlinking plot threads, then play them out at an available scene location. If threads elude you, become sidetracked while the paranormal threat continues to grow. Create a character using keywords to express their past, and then adopt an attitude. Attitudes embody a character's approach and uniquely modify the game mechanics. Characters organically develop from the risks you take during play. Hi, Crit Witch. How are you? ttrpgs in this age? Imagine. Yellow. How you doing, Crit Witch? Hi. Welcome in. Sorry. My face is a little itchy right there, thanks to my hair wreaking havoc on it earlier. About this preview guides you through a first game set in the fictional town of Asher's Ridge in the summer of 2025. Aren't I still in the summer of 2025? When's the autumn equinox? You'll use the included log lines, main characters, supporting roles, and locations to create a thrilling and mysterious supernatural episode or series of your own. The full rule set includes writer's room advice, a multitude of log lines, the elevator pitch of an episode, rules for creating characters, 10 plus attitude actions, a character progression, location deck building, which is super cool, by the way, 40 town locations plus 40 alternative interior locations, paranormal phenomena, scene generator, series campaign, play. What do you need? A standard set of 100 letter tiles, a standard set of playing cards, aka a poker deck. Letter tiles are readily and cheaply available. You may already have a set, i.e. a copy of Scrabble or Bananagrams, or they can be found online made from various materials. If you don't have letter tiles, the preview offers a roll table of 2d10. Playing cards are similarly widely available. Asher's Ridge is most easily played when the cards are customized with location names. There are several ways of doing this. Use card sleeves and write the location either onto paper, sleeve with the card, or washi paint your shape stuck onto the card. Write directly on the card. Most cards can be written on with a Sharpie or alcohol marker as a Copic or Ohu marker. Use index cards and write the card suite and location name on them. Don't forget jacks, kings, queens, and jokers. Use the playing cards as they are and consult the table in Asher's Ridge as you play. The final non-preview version of Asher's Ridge will include, as standard, free printable letter tiles and playing cards for ease of use. Additionally, custom playing, we're going to look at their Kickstarter, by the way. Playing cards are available during the Kickstarter campaign alongside limited number of handmade letter tiles. And we already read the rest of this. I think we even read that last part, but we read it again. Hi, I'm okay. How are you? I'm doing well. I'm doing good. It's actually been a really nice day. We had a cold front come through this day. It came through either last night or this morning. So it was really, really cool for summer. I think it was like the high 80s, I think, mid to high 80s all day. If it had been raining today, I wouldn't have gotten a singular thing done today. I would have just spent all day in bed, like watching anime or something. Nice, you rarely get that. Yeah, especially, I mean, I guess it is almost September, but like after last year, man, I was not here for it. So, a paranormal drama TTRPG launching soon. Notify me on launch. Smile. Am I logged in? I am. You'll be first to receive project launch and creator update emails. Please do. Again, this is a game by Rory Monteford, who I have just found out does all the art themselves. Also, like in my wheelhouse, I love a good GM-less game. There's no such thing as a zero prep game in my house, but a 2 to 4 hour game, I don't believe you. Rory Montford, I do not believe you that this is a 2 to 4 hour game. The plus here, I feel, is hard carrying this runtime. So you be shop and now I get it. I don't see a problem with that, truly. Let's see. Asher's Ridge. In the summer of 2025, 4 former friends are thrust back into each other's orbits. Ultimate Trials, a family-oriented adventure program, is in crisis as yet again another hiker goes missing. The ramshackle gardens of the Big House glow with strange lights late at night. Oh, dead birds and small mammals are found in their dozens by the edge of Lake Brightwater. Can you connect the thread in this immersive paranormal drama TTRPG? Let's see. I think all of this is the same as on the itch. Let's look at this GIF as it plays. Oh, that's fun. The gist. Ooh, good ducks. Oh my god. So the duck stamp contest is also coming up in September. I think it's on the 16th. Let me check. Yeah, I'd be shopping. I'd be looking. This is the first thing I've looked at. Hold on. It is the 18th. The duck stamp, the first half of the duck stamp competition is on the 18th. I'm very excited. Most people have already sent out their entries. Because I think they're due by the end of August, that they have to be there at the end of August. So it's very exciting. Part of me wants to stream the duck stamp competition. It's early though. It's in the morning. I usually wake up and watch it in bed. Try the free preview today. This is fun. I love this. Is this an altitude map? Is that what you call this? A terrain map, maybe? Human made. Let's go. No AI is used during any part of the game creation process. Montfort Tales firmly believes that the games you want to play should be made by people who want to play them. Rory has loved every second of crafting this game, even the hard parts, especially the hard parts. Let's go, Rory Montfort. It's what I would define as the bare minimum. They haven't launched this yet, by the way. This is just a preview of what is to come with this. But I feel like we have some ideas as to what might be coming with the Kickstarter. The game is Pay what you will. Sorry, Rory, if I'm gonna pay you for the Kickstarter, I can't pay you for the preview. So sorry, buddy. Let me go find it. Looks like a solid start. I agree. Topography map. Thank you so much. A solid start. Yeah. I am genuinely in love with the, you know what? Do I still have no, I don't have it over here. I'm genuinely in love with the art style in the Sanguine Paths book. Boy, wouldn't it be cool if I knew where I put it, though? That'd be neat. It'd be neat if I knew where I put it. Where is my... Oh, no. That's not where I have the PDF. I thought I had it over here. Do I have an RPGs? 9. Fuck. Well, if I played it sometime last year, it has to be somewhere later, right? Well, I guess it's not that important. I'm genuinely in love with the art of the Almanac of Sanguine Paths. It's the #1 reason why I chose to play that game over any of my other choices or thoughts that I had. For last spooky season, because I genuinely saw the art and was like, I have to play this game. Here we go. This is our preview of the PDF. Asher's Ridge. Connect the threads. Red string optional. You know I love me a good red string. Rory Montford. Ah, the Scrabble board. Owl. Missing. Ridge. Lake. Lights. Bright body. Woods. That alley or ally, crypt, koa, chase, will, howl. Do you think I should also be connecting? Do you think they thought that far of the what could go in between these words? Asher's Ridge. Night, ick, did, dread, escape, scream, dreamer, murder. Again, the credits go to Rory Montford for the writing, design, art, and layout. Penny Blake for the editing. If you want credit for beta reading or playtesting, fill out the form. The script change by Bo Yager Sheldon. And Dicier Font by Speak the Sky. Published by Montford Tales. First published, May 13th, 2025. And last updated, May 13th, May 2025. Pop off. All right. Well, speak of the devil, Sergeant Baron. Oh. Quick start terminology. You will need content warning safety tools. The gist. Oh, this is a little bit. This goes to page 22. Episode structure. Choose your characters. Character attributes. Give me some attitude. Main characters: Ellie Wilson, Jack Higgins, Luke Smith, Anna Brown. Choose your logline. Homecoming. They're already here. A simple case of murder. All right. So first, oh no! Oh my God, this is 82 pages, Rory, buddy. Rory, what do you mean? It's the preview. Fresh off the publishing app. Prepare cards and letter tiles. 28 risk deck. 29, location deck. 20, oh, those are the pages. Fuck that. I'm blown away that this, they put all of this out. Risk deck, location deck, letter pull, the cold open, introductory scene, 3-act structure, show the paranormal, form a thread, becoming sidetracked, me, narrate, I am that page, I am become sidetracked, narrate a scene, example, narrate a scene, example of play, inviting risk, escalation, making it personal, commercial break, post-commercial recap, cliffhanger, the After Ridge tourist guide, locations, Asher's Ridge Primary School, which is apparently Ace of Hearts. Again, this is a preview, so they're not giving you the entire deck worth of locations. Sidetrack, me and every streamer, never. No, that doesn't happen. Asher's Ridge Primary School, Brightwater Books, the Brightwater Sailing Club, Lakeview B&B, Ultimate Trails Campsite, Nature Trail, Lookout Point, The Woods, Brightwater Lake, Promise Falls, Asher Memorial, The Old Road, Old Jack's Barn, Log Cabin, All Saints Cemetery, The Big House. Didn't we already have a big house? Was that in the preview? Is that where I read about the big house? Well, find out later. Brightwater Military Base, Brightwater Veterinary Clinic, Historical Records and Curiosities, Ridge Radio, supporting roles by Sergeant Neil Barron, Meredith Barge Hughes, Andrew Cartwright, Dr. Geraldine Cowley. I don't know why they didn't put the little dot behind the doctor, but they did put the little dot behind Sergeant. Edgar Frost, Lucille Frost, Brad Gibbs, Albert Greenwatch, Richard Knightley, Helen McPherson, Dr. H.J. Palmer, Henry and Patricia Smith. So are Edgar and Lucille not married? Or are Henry and Patricia just less important individually and matter more as a whole? James Turner, the Sims YouTuber, Julie Watts, Cullen Worcestershire. I'm from Texas. You know how far away from Worcestershire I am from? Very. Resources, preparing your car. My family's from Monterrey, Mexico. So I'm even further south. Originally. So like Worcestershire, it's real far. And this asshole's from Oxford, I think is what it said on their Kickstarter. Yeah, Oxford, UK. We're real far. Worcester. Then why are there so many unnecessary letters in this word, in this name? Cullen Worcester. This is why you're bottom of the pack here. Cullen. Fucking first name is a last name and last name is a fucking condiment. Resources, preparing her card deck, no letter tiles, glossary. All right. I already know this book is going to have like fire art. About this quick start. Anna, Dr. Crowley, I found another. You're so spicy tonight. Look, why are they putting periods after doctor? I don't know. Do they not do that in the UK? It's bothering me immensely that there's no period behind doctor in any of the occasions that they write doctor. Asher's Ridge is a GM-less tabletop role-playing game. I've read all of this. Moving on. Looks like an edit fail. Yeah. My feedback, please put a period behind doctor. I'm begging you, on my hands and knees, begging you to put that period behind doctor. This quick start uses terms from television and film such as episodes, log lines, and hypothetical viewer. Hey, chat. just during the game and just saying chat. While you play, consider yourself also the viewer of the television show you're creating. You may know your character's motivations, but until they're shown in a scene or spoken out loud, the viewer does not. I've just heard a lot of conversation as of recent of the use of chat as just lingo that the kids are using nowadays. Like, hey chat, it's like, you see that chat? Chat, what do you think? Chat, can I get a big old L for that? Chat, can I get a W? And a lot of people just not comprehending why. That is a something that has entered the lexicon. And also, I just think it's so funny how we're referring that we have a viewer in this case. Yeah, I hate it so much. It's so funny to me. I think it's so funny. Maybe reach the too old. I think it's like, is it concerning? Yes. But it's like everything in the world concerning nowadays. Also, yeah. So like, that's like bottom of the totem pole of things that I'm concerned about. I feel like there's a lot of things that kids need to like work through before we reach chat, you know? The psychological reasoning behind them saying chat. It's because they were online school for like 5 years. That's why. So I'm gonna take it on the side of it's real funny to me. And so when I just see and I think about the hypothetical viewer, all I think about is chat. I'm just like, people who just say chat. Oh man, it's ridiculous. I love it. Anyways, narrate or narration is often used throughout this text to signify the act of role-playing both individually and as a group. Asher's Ridge is a GM-less game, and players have more control over the world around them than you may be used to. As well as describing the thoughts, feelings, and actions of your characters, you also describe the world around them. Decide how supporting roles act, adjust camera angles to frame a moment perfectly for television, or even adjust the mental or real soundtrack that accompanies your actions. Paranormal versus supernatural. Paranormal is not scientifically explainable. Thank you, Merriam-Webster, for that definition. This game uses the word paranormal to encompass the supernatural as well as the unexplained and extraterrestrial. Okay. 1 to 4 players, what you will need. A standard deck of playing cards, jokers included, a set of 100 letter tiles. I don't know how I feel about the headers being on the side here. I know it's stylistic, but I don't think I like it. I think I would prefer it to still be up here. Or maybe like, you know how they put like the little flags here on some pages, and it's like that pop of color, and then there's words in it. I think I would even prefer that to this on the side. Anytime I see anything on the side, especially contextually different from what I'm reading, I simply don't read it. I simply ignore it because I just assume it's some extra little art thing. So it's the very last thing I look at. It's kind of like when you get a letter, like a card for like your birthday or something, and there's a bunch of money inside of it, but because you want to be grateful, you move the money aside and instead read the card and thank people, and then you're like, oh wow, money, that's so considerate, thank you so much. Like, that is the money part of your birthday card is what I consider this header on the side. You will need content warnings and safety tools, especially for like content warnings and safety tools. I feel like that bears necessity to be an easily readable header. I think it also is bothersome because in English you read left to right, so the headers being on the right seems off. Yeah, I assume this is if I'm looking at a book, I'm assuming we're on our right page instead of the left page, which is why I I left it as is because over here we had terminology on the side, which let me tell you, ignored completely. Had no idea that was there. I was thinking more about this down here, the page number. I never read the spread. I always read pages just because I prefer on stream at the very least, and always. I actually don't like reading spreads. But if we're looking at the book version of this, you'll see that it's on the sides here. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of one of those like new age textbooks, like one you would use for your like philosophy class or your like your world philosophy class, or like one of the textbooks that gets updated like every year. That's what this reminds me of. This like design style. So that's where I understood. I agree wholeheartedly with you that because it's left typically we in English you read left to right. So this is also the last thing you read. But I understand why they put it on the right side. I just don't like that they did it. I don't like in general that this is what they've chosen to do. I wonder if it has something to do with how you read scripts. Like if there's like stuff on the side of a script that is usually what you read and that's what like contextually it's supposed to represent. I don't like it though, because this all just seems like the same. There's no breaks for me because there's also just no break in general. Like maybe if we raised this up and had this line going and creating a page break here, because then my eye would be brought down to this if we had that. If like they wanted to keep this design, I think maybe we should raise this and have the line go all the way through, and that way you have that break so you know next. And then content warnings and safety tools. If they wanted to keep it, I personally would not want them to keep it. I personally would prefer just a normal header. As opposed to them putting on the side like this. I should really go and look up Rory Montford's pronouns because I have no idea. She, her. They use she, her pronouns. Yeah, overall I don't like the decision she's made here for the use. I think it's just a little too foreign in this sort of context. Seeing it as a full spread helps, but just page by page, too disjointed and hard to read. Also problematic if you're skimming and need a header in the same spot. Yeah, that's also, for me, when you're using, I feel there's a couple of things you need emphasis on when you are creating a book, or even just anything that you wish to be informational. I think there's a couple of things you need to keep in mind that you are trying to convey information. You're trying to get people to read things and to understand them. And if there's anything I've learned in this life in adulthood is that people hate reading. They hate it. And you really have to hold their hand through getting them to read information. If there's anything I've learned in this life, it's that. So anything you can, whenever you want to share information, you want to make sure to lead their eyes to the important, like, keywords, you know? And when you are reading through a book, especially a rule book or an informational book, which I think you can consider a ttrpg, both, as a player and as someone who because I would consider a GM also someone who is playing the game, therefore a player. There are things that when you open the book, which let me tell you, one of the things that drives me insane when people create books is that they create books for the first reading experience and they do not create books for the playing experience. And that means that when I as a player want to go back to the book to look up a rule or to look up information on something about the game, or a reference point for the game, I would like to find that quickly, especially if it's something that I feel is something that's going to come up often. And if I am unable to flip through your book and just go and be like, I remember it's somewhere within these like 10 pages. Let me just flip through them really quick and figure out, and find it. And I can't easily flip through a book, quickly skim through the pages and see what I need to see and like find like the key highlight for me to find it, then I think that is inherently bad layout. It drives me insane in ttrpgs. It driven me insane about textbooks in my lifetime. Study guides. There's a lot of times that it becomes an issue. If I have to use tabs to, because here's the thing about me, I don't have a photographic memory. Just throw that one out there. Do not have that. But when I am recalling back to the text, sometimes I won't remember what something said, but I will remember what page it was on because I remember the shape of the page, what the page looked like. I was like, oh, it's the page with the with like the skinny text here and then like the long image here and then like a big box at the bottom. Like look for that page. And so I'll look through a book and I'll look for the page that looks like that. Like this, right? Like there's a big box at the bottom, there's a bunch of skinny text. And what I need to know is on this page. That's how I'll remember something. So like I have that advantage to flipping through a book and figuring out where I want to find something. And for all its faults, one of the things that was very easy for me in D&D for the 5e book is that it was very easy for me to remember where to find things because there was a lot of like landmarks in books for me to find it. But when I'm looking at this is all the same. This is paragraph, bullet points, paragraph, bullet points, something on the side. And if I have to assume, yeah, the rest of this book is going to look like that. Paragraph, bullet points, paragraph, bullet points. This one has numbers, but for all intents and purposes, it's bullet points. So for me, that is a bit of an issue. Going back, because what I'm going to want to know more often than not is like, hey, what am I going to need for this game again? Where do I find that? I'm going to skip right past this. Because I assume it's just part of the about this quick start and not about the game, about the rules. But this is a quick start, so I'm assuming that the book is going to look different. I'm assuming the book's going to look more like down here. And I'm assuming the book is going to be a little bit more robust, but I am unsure. Now let me catch up with what you guys were saying. But I do like the bigger section offsets than most game books I've seen. Yeah, I agree. Let's see, right. Now I'm almost willing to wait and see about the bullet point problem. Is that this is technically the preview. Yeah, that's the other thing. For just like the eye feel of the pages. I'm just like, because like the rest, because I've seen their books. I've seen Sanguine Pass and I've seen how they laid that book out. So I know that they know how to lay out a book. or at least they have interesting ways of doing so. But so I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt here because this is a quick preview. This is not the book. But one of the things that layout wise that it is an issue for me is that I'm not getting the necessary breaks when reading through this page, especially if I'm only looking at this from a page to page standpoint. But that's my gripe so far. Let's see. You will need 1 to 4 players, a standard deck of playing cards, jokers included, a set of 100 letter tiles from Scrabble or similar, optional, your preferred note-taking tools. Interesting that they didn't say, give their little spiel about letter tiles like they did on the Kickstarter and the itch page. It is recommended to customize your card deck ahead of time to streamline the experience. If you don't have a deck of cards or a set of letter tiles, hey, what happened to zero prep time, Rory Montford? I'm just kidding. You don't have to customize the card deck. They just recommend it, which is considered prep. You don't have a deck of cards or a set of letter tiles. See resources page 73 for alternative play tools. Paranormal television spans a wide range of topics with the potential to stray into areas a player may find distressing. The themes of the episode are decided by the players through their interpretation of locations, plot threads, and character motivations. Before you play, share the supernatural television shows and films that inspire you and find common ground on the type of show you'd like to direct and play through together. Set a target film rating, PG, 15, 18, etc. Is that how you do that in the, is that how you do it? Is it no longer PG-13? Is it PG-15? Or is that like a UK thing? To guide your description of scenes, consider using additional safety tools such as script change by Bo Yeager Sheldon. Oh, it's a safety tool. I've never heard of it before. I thought that was a rule set of this game. Is this a double? Is there a double space here? That is 1000% a double space, right? It's only reading it as 1 space, but that definitely looks like 2, right? I'm not crazy. Double space. One of the most low-key typos ever. But when you see it, you see it. Those are UK ratings. Got it. Ooh, Nightbot. Look at you, Nightbot. Giving me... It looks oversized based on the font, yeah. Oh my gosh. That was a good stretch. Hold on. I just straightened up. Oh, and I had a pop in like a deep area. Hey, everyone stretch and drink some water, would ya? Otherwise, Nightbot's gonna go on their union break and yell at me because I didn't let them go on a union break, despite them being on a break 24/7, truly. There we go. That was great on my back, by the way. Should we stand? Am I looking at anything on my second page? Not really. Let's stand. Let's stand. Oh, now that's a stretch. Hold on, you're almost up to me. Hold on, we made it. Oh, my head's cut off. There we go. Oh, get a real stretch in. Get those hip flexors working. Oh man, okay. Yeah, I've never heard of script change before. Let's see what it includes, but we'll look it up after this. Includes the following tools, among others, to aid you in controlling the flow of the game. Plus, say this when scenes are intense, but you want to continue playing it out. Pause gives you a moment to gather yourself. Fast forward Save this when you want to gloss over the details of a scene's content without erasing or undoing it. Rewind. Save this to revise the current scene. Rewind to a specific point and be clear about the issues you have with the scene. Work together to revise and replay or erase the scene entirely. That's fun. Hold on. What is the script change by Bo? Script change by Bo Ager. Oh, apparently I have been here before. Let's read it together. Sorry, my third screen is hidden behind my my screen now. Let's see. Did I download this already? Oh, I didn't even know that could happen. Hello? Tarot cards. Well, now I'm curious. Now I have to know what that is. I feel like I probably got this in some jam or something. Oh man, script change is multi-function content consent and safety toolbox for collaborative creation and gameplay. Useful for tabletop role-playing games, board games, live-action role-playing games, and even collaborative video games to help guide group decision-making. It contains a variety of tools, including the core tools of rewind, fast forward, and pause, with supplementary tools like rep meetings and frame by frame. These tools have verbal and optional visual components and work in many formats. Download the Discord emojis as a zip file alongside the PDF. That's fun. I just want it to note that I just felt like I was reading one of my leadership textbooks from back in the day. Script change is used by multiple convention in options for safety tools for con events. I don't think I understand what that. I mean, I understand what the sentence is saying, but I don't think I understand the formatting of that sentence, and has been featured in games like Kids on Bikes and the Fate Horror Toolkit. It's an approachable toolbox that's under a Creative Commons Attribution 4.0 international license. A script change was the subject of a lockjam on itch.io, and there are tons of translated works by amazing creators on the Jam page. Apologies. Click, I don't know what it is about this font that's making it really hard for me to read. Click here to see. Script change is available in Korean here. Find full page table safety tool references from Tomer Gurants, and index card references here from Tomer as well. Script change has been mentioned on Vice.com and StarTrek.com. Find the text at brebo.com/script change. Using script change in your games and products or at events. Do you want to use script change in your game? Awesome. If you use any script change tool or any of the associated text above in your game, it requires attribution to Bo Yeager Sheldon and the website link brebo.com/script change. This is required. If you have any questions, you can contact Bo by using bo.j.sheldon at outlook.com. I don't know why that really tickled me. To discuss using the script change toolbox. Used by multiple conventions as the acceptable option for safety tools. This reads like a bad Google Translate into English. It might be. Genuinely, it probably might be. I'm glad it's not just me having issues reading. It was also a little wonky of a sentence. Let's see. You don't have to use all of the. I've lost my mouse. There it is. You don't have to use all of the tools in the toolbox to use script change. If you remix, rewrite, or alter script change in your project, which is totally rad, you still need to credit Bo and script change. However, you should not credit Bo in a manner that assumes their approval or acceptance of any alterations to script change without Bo's direct written consent and approval of the final text. If you want Bo's help in customizing the toolbox for a game, Bo offers optional support through the design process, as well as providing a consultation on the final text in your game to ensure the tools are clearly described and accurate. This is part of Script Change's Toolbox's support plan, and that's my fault. This is part of Script Change Toolbox's support plan by Bo. Just reach out and make games safer. Bo does not require a donation to support Script Change or for its use, but you are welcome to donate at many of those websites. All right. Let's see. Let's see what these are. Where's my mouse? Found my mouse. Oh boy. Okay. FYI, this whole section about attribution is not true. Oh, interesting. Like they don't actually do it? Like they don't actually go and help you out if you ask them? Script Change Toolbox. Script Change is a toolbox of content consent and safety tools designed with reach and experience in tabletop games and leadership. Introduce Script Change before character creation and world building. I thought when I first saw this page, it was like a collapsible book because of the dotted line. Only the specific tests will require attribution. The general mechanics are not copyrightable. Oh, I took it more as a I took it more as them saying, don't put words in my mouth, more or less. And then also, if you do want me to help specify these tools in your game, I'll do it for a fee. And we'll customize it together. So if you copy pasted, you would have to give attribution, but any changes you made would not require attribution. Interesting. Also, the use of MPAA probably removes their own copyright protection in some areas. That's wild. This is why. You should probably always get a legal representative to give you advice on how to write something. Because my God, read what you want and understand it as you will, but that does not mean that you'll fully. Oh my God, I just hit the back of my ankle with my chair. Oh fuck. Oh, that's Full Metal back there too. It's not a fun experience. Motherfucker. Yeah, they use legal language, but it's just wrong. Yeah. It's I only half understand it, or I think I understand it enough to say something. Honestly, if you just use legal language, it usually scares people away if they don't know anything. They'll just be like, oh, okay, and move on, to be completely honest with you. Which I feel like a lot of legal jargon usually is. Thoughty? I wonder what thoughty is. Choose a rating. Note picks, squicks, and icks. And update as needed. Choose what tools to use before, during, and after playing for best results. MPAA ratings. G, limited violence. No distressing content, gore, sex, or swearing. PG, limited distressing content, swearing, violence, and gore. No explicit content, explicit sexual content. PG-13, notable violence. So why would this... Oh, wait. They said PG 15-18 on the H page, but here they're using the standard American ratings, which I'm assuming one of the A's in MPAA stands for America, or American probably, if that's the case. So maybe just by I don't know. PG-13, notable violence and gore, some distressing content, mild sexual content, and swearing are realistic violence, gore, distressing, and sexual content. Swearing. That's what I was about to say. Swearing. Pics, squicks, and icks. Isn't this somebody else's system that uses pics, squicks, and icks? Pics are elements to explore. Pics are fun or romantic elements, conflict types, themes like unrequited love, and more. Squicks are elements to limit. Squicks are unpleasant like gore, crawling bugs, or characters getting sick. Icks, these faces are killing me, are elements to avoid. Icks are traumatizing, scary, or distressing content, or just not as fun for players. Because they copy-pasted the official MPAA rating language, which itself is copyrighted. Eject button. It is always okay to leave a game, even if you can't explain it easily. If you have immediate needs or feel uncomfortable, it's okay and recommended to eject. Put your well-being first. There is always another table. Resume. Say resume. Tap this card and type in chat to resume play at any time. Pause. Say pause. Tap this card or type 2 in chat to pause for rest or clarification. Or rewind. Say rewind. Tap this card or type in chat to rewind and recreate a scene. Fast forward. Fuck. Say fast forward. Tap this card or type in chat to fast forward through a scene or content. Instant replay. Say instant replay. Tap this card or type in chat to get an instant replay of the previous scene or content. Frame by frame. Say frame by frame. Tap this card or type in chat to use frame by frame at ease through scenes or content. Slow motion. Say slow motion. Tap this card or type in chat to use slow motion to focus on the scene moment, specific moment or scene. 2 thumbs up. Signal 2 thumbs up. Tap this card or type in chat to use 2 thumbs up to check in with another player. How to respond? I need to keep playing. Press pause. Use frame by frame. Fast forward. Shit. Press rewind. Fuck. I'm here for the gestures one. For a replay of the highlight reel. Ask to do a highlight reel at any time. At the end of a session, call for a highlight reel and take turns sharing highlights from the session. That one didn't give me anything. Something like that, right? Something like that. Oh, I can't get my arm to turn any more than that. I'm not that flexible. Rap meeting. Asked to do a rap meeting at any time. At the end of a session, call the rap meeting and use the prompts or bloopers and outtakes tool in script change or create a custom debrief. They really went in on this. Bloopers and outtakes. Ask to use bloopers and outtakes at any time. At the end of a session, use the bloopers and outtakes tool in script change to address conflicts or mistakes. Another one of those. Another one of these, but this time with a banana. Freeze frame. Ask for a freeze frame at the end of any session. The facilitator or each player creates a freeze frame by describing snapshots of each character, where they are and what they're doing. I like that. Montages. Call for a montage to set a series of short narrative or action scenes to move forward. Wait, hold on. I got distracted by something else. Call for a montage to set a series of short narrative or action scenes to move the story or time forward. Because it's going to be like... that one's montages. Vignettes. Use vignettes to share the inner thoughts of characters, explore background elements of the world, and build a story in small narrated or briefly role-played scenes. So this will pick up, but I'm imagining it's going to be something like that. Vignettes. Red carpet walk at the end of a campaign or one shot, have each player highlight their character's experiences and their favorite moments in the spotlight. Like that. Storyboarding. Work together to plan out emotional arcs and games. Man, we're really in this, huh? Storyboarding. Work together to plan out emotional arcs and game content, play experience, time limits, balance of activity, division of attention to each player, and scheduling and accommodations. Hold on. Work together to plan out emotional arcs, game content, play experience, time limits, balance of activity, division of attention to each player, and scheduling and accommodations. So like a session 0? Is that what storyboarding more or less is? I want heartbreak. I want money. I want a shot through the heart. And I want question marks. This is anyway not a unique expression. Top reviews. Follow up between the facilitator and the players in a direct conversation to get feedback on the game, experience, and anything they'd like to explore or change going forward. Read a rainbow. 6 degrees. Use a map of circles connecting lines and labels to create a relationship map. Or locations, themes, emotions, or elements to help keep reference or show change over time. This is just Obsidian, isn't it? Have you guys seen that people show their Obsidian note-taking for all the NPCs in their games? It's crazy. So just like note-taking. Okay. Just big old circles. Let's see. Like this is not in any way unique expression. That seems a lot to tie to a single card, and yes, it reads like this should be a session 0. I agree. It feels like less of a card and just like this is like what step we're on, more or less. Because storyboard before you shoot anyways, yeah. So character creation, note-taking system, yes. This is a kind of like a kitchen sink sort of system. I feel like it has its unique parts at the beginning, and then it becomes a little kitchen sink in the second half. So I don't use Obsidian for this, but I have used Relationship for World of Darkness games. I saw a TikTok, God, maybe like on Monday, of this guy who was like, it was just this funny video. It wasn't like him being serious or anything, but he was a GM and he takes notes of every singular NPC they ever interact with and their relationship to the other people around them. And just waiting for them to, or just like using it to like build that character in the background. So when it comes to it, they can, let's see, will this come through? Not really. Let me send it to myself. They were making it seem like they were doing it to screw over their players, but like I said, it's not, the tone of it was, I am being ridiculous and not serious. But so many people in the over here. But everyone in the chat was talking about how sharing their experiences. And you know how on TikTok you can do the pictures screenshots now? Everyone was just showing off their stuff. That's what I was more, my impression was more. But this is how this person in particular, this isn't the same person. But for those of you who've never seen Obsidian before, one of the things you can do is this. Create a bunch of points and like interconnecting them. And you can tag them. There's a whole bunch of things you can do, as I've learned through the like little rabbit hole I fell in. I know Obsidian. I'm not the biggest fan of Obsidian. But this is something you can do. I have no idea what this guy is saying, by the way. I have not paying attention. But this is 62 sessions, and now they're 4 sessions deep into, why am I saying sessions? All today, into campaign 2. So this is how it starts, right? And I'm sure each color corresponds with like something or other. Yeah, I've seen your NPC docs, absolutely. I can't remember who I was talking to the other day that we were talking about note taking. I might have actually been talking about the same thing about how I saw somebody using Obsidian. There was about 5,000 documents that were in this. Let me see if there's like a better, because I chose the tarot card one. Yeah, here we go. I just chose the card version of it because I thought it was going to be a little bit more interesting looking than that. This is their actual book, it looks like. It looks like they just go a little bit more into the point of their system, a little bit more wordy. Okay, so it's saying that they're just giving you a reference of the MPA ratings, but you should adjust it to your table there. Oh, and down at the bottom of this, you can edit it to create your own notes. Yeah, pick squicks and icks. It's basically lines and veils, but just with a different name. The thing I think I like about this system is, or this safety tool set is, the naming convention is a little bit more universal. Like pause, fast forward, rewind, are, I feel, fairly well known. And I feel like it's a little bit more natural to say, hey, can we pause? Or like, I need to pause real quick. I'm always a fan of safety tools that are more comfortable to say. Because sometimes there's some systems that I'm just like, that feels so very unnatural to just throw out there. Like, it works very well in typing it out and just being like, this, I'm not going to name any name. I'm not going to name any safety tools, but sometimes like it's more effective in typing it than saying it aloud, even though the safety tool, you know, says you can do both. And like some of them work better as cards, but I feel like this one feels better to use word of mouth, not, but like also they have the cards. But like being able to like, can we pause? Or I need a pause, that feels very natural. And especially if you've already set the bounds of squick, ix, and pix, or whatever the hell it is. Yeah, pix, squicks, and ix. Or like the rating system. I feel like that'll also make it easier to just be like, pause, this is an ick. Can we rewind that to when we started talking about this thing? Or can we just fast forward? Like, can we just like finish this broadly and then fast forward and just understand that this is what happens? Along with being like, hey, can I get an can I get a playback? Can I get an instant replay of that? It's like that scene was great, but like, can I get a, like I had to step away for a second and that felt like it was really important. Can I just get an instant replay of that? Even just typing that out on the side, can I just get an instant replay of that? It feels a little bit more natural to say and a little bit more, I'm not looking for the word playful, but it's more, it provides an umbrella for a reason, you know, like being able to see like instant replay because like you walked out or you got like because you had a like BRB or maybe you got interrupted for some reason or quite genuinely you might have just spaced out. Just being like, can I get an instant replay of that? Lets you not have to say why you got interrupted, because sometimes you just don't want to say why you got interrupted. Like some people like maybe are bathroom shy or people are like, you're embarrassed to be like, my mom interrupted me or my mom called me, or I just sat there and had to listen to my neighbor talk for 20 minutes at me. So like instant replay provides like a good like blanket phrase to say. Then there's frame by frame. I think so. After the talk with Trooper about people like rushing through scenes and some people who don't rush through scenes, I feel like frame by frame can be good for both cases. Frame by frame for people who are just gonna rush through a scene and call it a day. It'd be good to like, hey, in this next scene, can we slow down and not rush through it? Because there's some things about this next scene that I think are going to be could get a little sensitive here. Or if you are gonna spend a lot of time in that scene, I think frame by frame is also good, just as like a heads up of just like, hey, we're entering a yellow zone, you know, can we use caution here as we walk through this? And just be like, especially because sometimes you're not looking at chat in the middle of role playing, so just being able to have that like heads up before you get into the scene, I think that's pretty good. Like I said, I like the first half of this, like the stuff that Rory Monteford has in their game. I like that. The second half of this gets a little a little kitchen sinky for me. Kitchen sink, by the way, for those of you who are unaware of the term, basically means that you throw everything in it. There's a little bit of everything in it. There's a little bit of a lot of other systems. Maybe I think I can help experienced storytelling players get new players into the groove of engagement with the sort of thing. I think that also, especially with like the other kitchen sink part of this, I think it also helps a lot with that. And I think that's also where I like the fact that it is a little more accessible. The words are a little bit more accessible of like, we fast forward through this, or hey, I need a rewind. Can I get an instant replay of that? Can we pause real quick? I feel like those are all very natural for a person to say. Because it's already in their lexicon in that manner. Like everyone knows what fast forward, most people know what fast forward is. Most people know what rewind is. Most people know what an instant replay is or what pause is, right? There's no need to sit down and have a discussion about what those things are. Even if you forget what it means, like in the context of this content system, or the safety tool system, you still get the general idea of what's being asked of you, right? Like, hey, can we fast forward through this? Or hey, can we rewind this? Pause. You know, everyone knows what that is, you know? There's no gray area for new players on any of this. What exactly it might mean, maybe, but for the most part, I think people will understand what this means. And the same thing with the thumbs up system. They went through, obviously, the other thing was not them explaining it. It was very much like a, hey, let's get through this quick. These are the cards that are on the table that you can use. But yeah, frame by frame can also be called slow motion. Like, can we go through this slow? I think that is also something that is, I was going to say frame by frame. I feel like people might not know what a frame by frame tool is, but people will know what slow motion is, right? What I'd love to see is to see parts of this integrated into something like Fiasco, and maybe it's there. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The other thing is I really like the flavor of this. And I think that's I didn't say it, but I thought about it when I was reading through Asher's Ridge, that I like the pause, fast forward, rewind system. Hold on, it's over here. I like the pause, fast forward, rewind because Asher's Ridge is you creating a drama TV show, you know? So like that's very in theme, which is why I thought actually it was part of like the game system, because I was like, wow, that's really good. And I could definitely see that in various narrative-based games, this working really well. I've never played Kids on Bikes, but apparently they use it there, so I like that. I also like the thumbs system, because most people know what thumbs up is and thumbs down is, even if that's all you do. Like, are we, like, if you go like this in the middle of a scene when people are talking, especially if you're at a table together, because this is, they've also talked about this being a con system. I think people are like, if people go like, other people can be like, yeah. Or like, can I get a, it's like this, how are we doing? I think that's feasible. That's a very reasonable thing to expect, you know? And also saying resume, hey, can we like, are we good? Can we resume this? I think that's also a very natural thing to say. I like a lot of safety tools, but sometimes they get a little convoluted. And I think that this, even though maybe in the description, some of these are a little convoluted, the words themselves aren't really, you know? Let's see. So highlight, and then like, here's where we get a little kitchen sinking, because these exist in other safety tool systems. I've heard them in various names, so I'm not going to call any out, but I'm sure we've all heard of these. You know, the highlight reel. Can we you know, if you've watched any of the prax games, you know that at the end, it's like describe something that you think that was memorable from the scene that one of your fellow players did. Like highlight something that happened in the session. Highlight reel. Then there's the rat meeting of just like, hey, can we talk? And that's the cooldown. That's the after the game, hey, can like we just sit around and talk and like reminisce about the game a little bit. That feels very much like familiar. Also bloopers and outtakes, I feel like that's a fun way to phrase or to give the floor to moments where you might have fucked up. Like or outtakes, bloopers, like something where maybe there was conflict between two players or two characters and you just want to like get another like, hey, now that that's all over, like I know you guys said you were okay in the moment, but how are we feeling now? Something like that. Also just like and it just opens up the floor for an opportunity to be like, oh man, I messed up this rule during this, or sorry that we spent like so much time on these on checking these rules for whatever. But I just wanted to make sure that X, Y, and Z, kind of like a check-in, right? That's what bloopers and outtakes are. But it's a much more fun way of saying that, you know? And to be able to take responsibility for things that might have happened throughout the game. But yeah, so I like, I don't think I would ever use all of these rules all at once, but I would very much take some of these things, right? Like here, so the bonus features, again, some of the things that I called very kitchen sinky, freeze frame, you know, which is also something I really like in games sometimes when you take a freeze frame, and you know, usually players in the games I've played, players take an opportunity to do this themselves of like freeze frame. What is everyone doing right now? Before we end the session, right? Like, where are you right now? Or montage of just like, hey, can we just run through the next session without spending any actual time on it? Can we just montage through this? I feel like that's a good one for, like, these feel like good for GMs. They'd be like, hey, freeze frame. What's everyone doing right now? Or like, I'm going to montage through this next section if everyone is okay with that. So these feel good. And also these also feel good for newer GMs or GMs looking to like improve. Some of these things exist in certain tables because certain players exist at those tables, you know? Certain players have played the game a lot, so they are aware of certain tools that exist in other places, you know, like maybe they are theater kids, so they have some of these tools in their toolbox. Maybe they come from a leadership background, so like they're aware of some of these things we should do at the end of meetings, you know? So but sometimes you don't have that, and so it's good to have some of these things. Vignettes is can, you know, a short scene in which how do they want to define a vignette? I've already forgotten. So vignettes are brief but evocative short scenes narrated or briefly roleplayed to allow players to express or explore more of their characters. So yeah, have a moment. Hey, can I have a vignette? Hey, Bob, do you want to have a quick vignette here to talk about this? I feel like that's just language that, or like, hey, do you guys want to have like do you guys want to have a vignette about this instead of saying like a moment? Cause you know, homophobia. Like, I feel like this is a good word for it. I feel like you don't like how I say vignette. 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 Double T means that it is pronounced versus beignet, which only has one T. Vignette. I want the record to show I say it because I think it's funny, not because I don't know it's not vignette. But it's you're Gucci. So I like that, the idea that that there is another word. Sometimes, like I said, sometimes I feel like the word choices in some safety tools aren't very accessible. But these feel like they would be comfortable for people to say who are first getting into these systems. But yeah, storyboarding. I think like storyboarding is also another good word for people who may not know how to actually do a session 0. Because man, if I've learned one thing is that some people don't do a session 0. I had no idea. But so I've heard stories of people not getting session 0s and then things kind of falling apart. So overall, I think that this is like a good just like pamphlet almost to begin things. And also because some people don't know how to take notes. Just straight up, like some people don't take notes not because they don't like taking notes, but because they don't know how to. They don't know what's important, what they should like make note of, because some people will write everything down. It's like in school, right? Like some people will just write everything down, and some people will write their bullet points, and some people, are better at writing notes. Like, I think that while I don't like the name 6 Degrees of Connection, I think that everyone will kind of know what that means. And that will allow people to kind of like have a better, I think this is a note-taking system of just telling you like, hey, this is a way to do that. This is how you can write some notes to remember who all these NPCs are, which I can understand because there's a lot of people you meet sometimes in these games. And yeah, top reviews, just a nice thing to just be like, hey, I really liked how we did this thing, or I really like this. Is that something you would be interested in doing? Like X, Y, and Z. So I think that's all. Overall, I think that's cool. And I see why it's being used in Asher's Ridge by Rory Monteford. I just forgot what the game was called there. Let's see. Lights, camera, action. Space down, letter tiles to draw. Letter pool, the gist. Draw letter pools, draw letter tiles, and make a letter pool. Okay. Make a minimum 3-letter word and add it to the thread zone. This is your thread for the next season or next scene. Sorry, I've looked away because I'm very curious as to what this is, the thread zone. So grave. Okay, so letter pool. So this is where you could do this. We have the thread zone. So like Scrabble, you're playing Scrabble. New threads can connect to existing threads or form a lone thread. And this is how you don't say the word Scrabble in your game. Choose an active location and narrate a scene involving a new thread. Okay. Active location, choose a location. So this is just showing you what your table's going to look like, essentially. I don't know if you heard that, but that was my knee popping. Episode structure, so game setup, which is on page 19 to 28. Choose characters and logline, prepare cards and letter tiles. Cold open, introduce the themes of the episode. Introductory scene, page 13 or 33. Include the main structure. I'm reading a lot ahead, so I'm so sorry that I keep misreading some of these words because my eyes are gone. I saw 3 I saw an eye and I was like 13, naturally, because I desperately want to see. I remember what this page looked like when it was on the spread. And this does not look as crazy when I'm reading it page to page, but when I saw the spread, hold on, I was just like, what the hell am I looking at here? This is so just all over the place. But reading it like this is a lot more reasonable of an ask. Hey, Pope! Welcome in. Right now, we're reading through what I just found out to be Rory Monteford's newest game, Asher's Ridge, which is not technically out yet. They're doing a Kickstarter September 2nd, and we're reading through the quick start guide, where they have provided a one-shot, basically, with the basics of the rules. And we're reading through it right now. We're reading episode structure. So Asher's Ridge is I really like how they described it. Hold on. A game of paranormal television is what it is. And I am interested in it. I'm actually very interested in it. It is where you need to get you the oh yeah. Hello. Ooh. Let's see. Lights, camera, action. Blah, 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 blah. Asher's Ridge. Yeah. So you direct and star in your own paranormal drama television show set in the remote fictional town of Asher's Ridge. Experiences that defy scientific explanation are rife in the breathtaking heart of the Lake District. Gather your cast of characters, scout your filming locations, and make a show that will keep them guessing for years to come. So during an episode, aka a game session, or a game, it could be a one-shot, you foreshadow a paranormal threat to Asher's Ridge in short atmospheric scenes and collaborate on scenes using a web of plot threads created from letter tiles. The thread escalates and becomes personal to your characters through the episode, and tension builds as they take risks to address it. Eventually, problems come to a head for better or worse, and the episode ends in a dramatic cliffhanger. It's a GM-less, zero-prep, narrative-led tabletop game, ideal for 1 to 4 players. It uses letter tiles like those from Scrabble or Bananagrams and playing cards. And you interlink plot threads using your letter tiles, aka basically just play freeform Scrabble. And that was my Discord, not yours. Don't worry about it. Let me just hit some button. It's not your fault, it's mine, because hey, did you guys know that if you just open OBS, it goes into streamer mode? It's not just when you are streaming. So whenever you're working on OBS, you just don't get any notifications, and it's really annoying. So I just always turn that off. Streamer mode on Discord is very annoying. Let me tell you that right now. It's a nice thought. It's very annoying though. But yeah, I'm very interested in this game. Very into it. And that's what we're reading through right now. Oh, sorry. Oh, you guys couldn't see that. Hey, just know I opened up the itch.io and started reading through that. But thank you very much, Pope. I look forward to reading through that. Let's see. Introductory pages. Yeah, so we have game setup. So choose characters, logline, prepare cards and letter tiles, introduce the themes of the episode, introduce the main characters. Then there's the 3-act structure. Develop the episode by creating threads, narrating scenes involving them, using 3-act structure as a guide. Introduce problems, build tension as Act 1. Act 2. Evolve problems, make them personal, build tension. Act 3, bring problems to a head, resolve some, release tension. Show the paranormal, a short atmospheric scene involving the paranormal. Ooh. Form a thread, Draw letter tiles, add a word to the thread zone representing a plot point in your episode. Narrate a scene, decide what the new thread represents in the episode, then narrate a scene involving it at any location. Say the thread word during the scene, discard the active location. Are there 2 active locations remaining? No, then go back to show the paranormal. If yes, post-commercial break recap. Resolve or intensify the last moments of the previous scene. Begin the next act. We're starting from the bottom. Starting from the bottom, now we hear. All right, never mind. Ignore what I just said. Escalation. The paranormal threat intensifies and gets personal for the characters. Is this Act 3? No, then continue. Commercial break. Prepare for the next act. Redistribute the discard pile. Shuffle 1 into the risk deck. Oh, I don't know what that is. 1 into the location deck and 1 on top of the location deck. Then draw 5 active locations. This feels a little bit like a board game. Move forward. Post-commercial break recap. Resolve or intensify the last moments of the previous scene. Begin the next act. Dramatic accessories become sidetracked. When you can't or don't want to, add a word to the thread zone. Add an unrelated word that is a diversion from the main plot or a red herring. Give it some attitude. Use an attitude action to influence the game state. Invite risk. When an action in a scene is uncertain or risky, or you use an attitude action, draw a card from the risk deck, and resolve it. Okay. This is, if you were to play this game with Trooper, this would be his favorite tech. That one, Trooper's round, or however this game works, always risk deck, I would bet. Is this Act 3? Yes, cliffhanger. Ends the episode with an open question. So true. Section contents. Oh, I like this. It's a little mini why can't I remember the word for this page? The only word that's in my mind is content warning, and that is not what I'm looking for. This would rock with you, Trooper and Gem. Ooh. That would be fun, actually. Game setup. Don't tempt me with a good time. Choose your characters. Is it interior? Is that what INT stands for? This is also a little hard to read. I wish this font were a little bit more bold. I don't think there's anything I could do to make this more readable for you guys. You're just gonna have to, yes. You just are going to, thank you, Pope. You're just gonna have to trust me if you guys can't see it on stream. Interior, Brightwater Sailing Club, reception, evening. What was a sophisticated area for quiet relaxation now buzzes with police activity. It isn't peaceful anymore. A few members are present, each whom is being questioned by an officer. They all look tired, scared, red-eyed. Something bad has obviously happened. Sergeant Barron approaches one of those being questioned. Andy Cartwright. Andy is a jittering mess dressed up in a polo shirt and chinos that came with a significant markup because of the understated logos they bear. Damn, we're really coming for Andy Cartwright. What the fuck did Andy Cartwright do to you, narrator? Sergeant Barron sits down opposite him and shows him an ID badge. Cumbria Constabulary. Sergeant Neil Barron. Sergeant Barron. I'm Sergeant Barron. I hear you found the body. Ooh. Interior is, or int is interior in plays and screenplays. Gotcha. Each player assumes responsibility for at least one main character who they and only they control. Oh, okay. These characters usually, I'm going to take a drink of water. Just give me one quick second. I'm going to take a drink of water before I get through this. spilled a little water on myself there, and it was real cold. It's real cold, fam. I'm not gonna lie to you. It was real cold, and I'm not very cold. I'm fairly toasty at the moment. All right, each player assumes responsible. If I wanted to cool down, that's one way to do it, I guess. Each player assumes responsibility for at least one main character who they and only they control. These characters usually act as a protagonist in an episode, but can fulfill other narrative roles if desired. Characters that are not chosen by a player become supporting roles. Oh, and may be played by anyone as needed during the game. I like that. That's fun. Character attributes. Characters in Azure Ridge do not have statistics or scales. Instead, they have an occupation, a catalyst, an attitude, connections, and a wardrobe. Occupations define what a character is skilled at. For example, you may assume that a veterinary student is adept with handling animals and is interested in their care, but is not skilled at recovering fingerprints from dead bodies. You know what? That's so valid. So valid. I do like what I'm seeing so far. Yeah. I very much like the other games that Rory Montefort has come out with that I have read through. So I have full confidence in the game portion of this, you know? I'm more curious as to how it's gonna play, but I am big interested in this game. I didn't say it at the beginning because I didn't want to get my hopes up. But I am interested in this game. Honestly, when you hit me with GM list, I'm already at 50% there, you know? The fact it was Rory Montefort, like that's another like 20%. I was like 70% like into it at that point. And then when I saw it was a paranormal drama show, I was like, that's another solid like 15% there. It got me in the 80s. So it didn't take too long for me to be interested in it. Catalyst. Define emotions or events that bring the character into the episode. Oh, so kind of like what we just saw. Regardless of whether your character embraces or struggles against their catalyst, it motivates their actions both past, present, and future. So like Andy's fucked. Like my boy is in his hella expensive polo, is going to be traumatized for life. Attitudes represent your character's approach to life and how they are perceived by either themselves or others. Connections are relationships between other main characters or supporting roles. For example, friendships, love interests, mentors, or rivals. Okay. Wardrobe. Choose in television choices. Choices in television give the viewer additional information as to a character's personality and quirks. Gotcha. Gonna be out here dressed like Urkel. Good old Steve. As well as influencing how a character approaches a scene, attitudes provide your main characters with actions to influence the mechanical components of the game. Attitude actions always invite risk. Oh. Okay. All right. Okay. Gotcha. And they can be used at any time during an episode. To use an attitude action, check its box. Each attitude action can be used once per episode. Oh, okay. Resolve the attitude's instruction. Then, if you are mid-scene, narrate your character's attitude and the risks they take. If you are not currently in a scene, narrate a short scene at an active location, but do not discard it. Show your character's attitude and the risks they are taking. 3. Draw a card from the risk deck and compare it to your scene's location. Narrate the outcome accordingly. If your card draw results in a disaster, gain the listed catalyst. Interpret the catalyst as you like. In a disaster. Once the attitude action has been resolved, continue the episode from where you left off. I like the idea of like the cutaway during like a really intense scene to just like see what's happening over here. Or like we're in a normal scene, then intense scene happening over here, and then we cut back before we get to see the end of it. The attitude actions included with this quick start are anxious by Jack, cynical Luke, decisive Ellie, skeptical Anna. Fucking Luke, man. Main characters, Ellie, Jack, Luke, and Anna. Again, this is a quick start guide. This is not like the actual, despite this being 82 pages, do not be fooled. This is a quick start guide, not the actual rule book. This is not what ultimately it will look like. We won't see that until later. Ellie, Jack, Luke, and Anna are the suggested main characters for this quick start. If any are not chosen, they may be played by supporting roles by any player as needed. Alternatively, a supporting role may be adopted as a main character. See the Asher's Ridge Tourist Guide for the included supporting roles. Gotcha. So we got Ellie Wilson, pronouns she, her, good touch, Rory. Age 22, occupation, camp leader. Catalyst, love. Attitude, decisive. Catalyst, love. Ellie, a connection. Ellie works for Ultimate Trails, a family adventure holiday group that provides campsites, guided hikes, and outdoor activities for ages 12 plus. She is often found at the Ultimate Trails campsite where she works alongside her crush, Brad Gibbs, and her boss is the greedy Mr. Richard Knightley. Wardrobe, usually leggings and an Ultimate Trails t-shirt. Sturdy boots or trainers. Rarely seen without her emotional support water bottle. Decisive. And so that's her attitude, right? So we check that off. We can use this once an episode. And on disaster crisis. Oh, this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. Take any two cards from the risk deck so you can have more than one, and remove them from the game. The next scene any character plays must invite risk. Ho, 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 ho. Spicy. We have Jack Higgins, pronouns he, him, age 20. Occupation, pest control, apprentice. Catalyst, jealousy. Attitude, restless. The connection is the big house, a large rambling house on the edge of town. Has a vermin problem. Its last owner died in residence and it has been inherited by Miss Julie Watts, who reluctantly moved in while the house is prepared for sale. Oh, it's going to take some work. It might be haunted. Jack works with his boss and uncle, James Turner, aka the Sims player. Just kidding. There is a Sims YouTuber who's very popular named James Turner. So I just think it's very funny that that's their name. Wardrobe, mid blue dirty overalls with an Exterminator logo embroidered on the breast pocket. Outside work, he always looks disheveled with all sorts of forgotten nonsense stuffed in his pockets. Ooh. Anxious, on disaster, fear. Ooh. I don't want to think about it. Become sidetracked. Invite risk and discard any thread from the thread zone. This is like choosing traits in like an RPG. I wonder if that's their inspiration for this. Like, you get this really cool thing, but like you get all these bad things at the same time. Like, here's your cool thing with all the bad things that come with it. Become sidetracked, invite risk, and discard any thread from the thread zone, leaving any letters attached to other threads behind. Discarded letter tiles are returned to the draw bag. We got Luke Smith, pronouns they, them. Oh, I'm so sorry, Luke, for misgendering you earlier. Age 21, occupation courier. Catalyst, disobedience. Attitude, cynical. Fucking Luke. Connection. Luke is squatting at an abandoned log cabin in the woods, barely scraping by on their meager 0-hour contract. What? Barely scraping by on their meager 0 hours contract, supplemented with whatever odd jobs they can find. They were evicted from their family home by their landlord, Dr. H.J. Palmer, after their parents went missing last summer, and Luke couldn't afford the rent. Their old home is now a bed and breakfast, bro. You know what? Luke, I get it. You know what? I get it. If you're the villain in the story, I understand. I 1000% understand. Wardrobe, a courier's uniform, white trousers, white, it's wild for someone who squats, and a red, there's no Oxford comma there, and a red logo t-shirt. The trousers are hard to keep clean, so they're slightly off-white gray. That's what I was saying. Luke is in a bad place, yeah? I'm greatly intrigued by sidetracking, right? I want to read more of the rules. I'm deeply interested in how the entire rule set works here. Like I want to see the rest of this. I just want to keep reading. A courier's uniform, white, off-white, gray, black baseball cap, regardless of the weather. Well, I wonder if it was black to start with. Cynical, on disaster struggle, man. Leave this poor person alone. Poor Luke, man. They don't need any more. They don't need any more of this shit. This is useless. Discard all tiles in the letter pool, then draw 4 letter tiles. The next scene any character plays must invite risk. Ooh, okay. That's actually, I think that's huge. Being able to just like reset your letter pool. I think that's kind of huge. That's big. We got Anna Brown, pronouns she, her, age 20, occupation, veterinary student back from uni in London, catalyst accident, attitude skeptical, connection. The Brightwater Veterinary Clinic in Asher's Ridge is run by an overworked vet, Dr. Geraldine Cowley, who handles both farm stock, wildlife, and injured and sick pets, both resident and on holiday. It's the only veterinary center for hours around, and Geraldine is desperate for help. Anna helps out, but now she has a taste of London. She isn't sure she wants the small town life. Oh, that's the opposite. Anna Brown's having an opposite Hallmark movie situation here. Wardrobe, jeans torn at the right knee, and a smart floral top. I don't know what that means. I'm not very good with words for things though. When it comes to clothing, comfortable trainers, mini bottle of antibacterial gel stuffed in their pocket. That's so valid. If this is summer 2025, I get it. Skeptical. On disaster faith. Oh, whoa, wait a second. Okay, it doesn't add up. Invite risk. Draw 3 letter tiles, then replace any letters in the thread zone with any letters from the letter pool. Then discard 3 letter tiles from the letter pool. That's so much. This is like creating an RPG character. This reminds me of oh, it's not called Bad Blood. What is it called? There was this zombie game that has since been abandoned, but it was a 4-player game where you would go through these levels. Each one of you would choose a different character, and each character had their own skill set. The game was based off of cards. So it was a deck building game, essentially. But it was a deck building game in the way that you could choose the strength and weaknesses of your character and create a build for your character. But the game itself was an FPS zombie killing game. And it reminds me a little bit of that, these cards. Or these, the cards in that game remind me a little bit of these attitudes and what you gain and lose from them. I thought you would just like narratively get something. I didn't realize there would be a mechanical gain or loss from them. Choose your log line. I'm so sorry that you guys won't be able to read this. Hope we try. Ellie. Sorry, you just haven't been here, you know? You left and went off to London, and it felt like you'd never come back. There's another pause. Ellie picks up a stone from the edge of the water and throws it into the lake. Why'd you come back? Log lines are short descriptions of TV episodes. Ooh, highlighting. I keep forgetting that this is like a drama TV show that we're doing. And when I first read the title, it reminded me of like in my mind, I was just like a One Tree Hill, like the drama of a One Tree Hill or like a Dawson's Creek, but with supernatural elements into it. That was my first thought in reading the description of this game. Loglines are short descriptions of television episodes, highlighting topics of interest to explore and build upon. Fall back on the logline when you're unsure of the direction your episode is heading in. Choose one logline or invent one of your own. Each logline has a set of key locations used while preparing the location deck. Oh, homecoming. In the summer of 2025, 4 former friends are thrust back into each other's orbits. Ultimate Trails, a family-oriented adventure program, is in crisis as yet another hiker goes missing. The ramshackle garden of the Big House glow with strange lights lit at night. Dead birds and small mammals are found in their dozens by the edge of Lake Brightwater. Key locations: we have the Ace of Diamonds, Ultimate Trails campsite. We have the 6 of Diamonds, Brightwater Lake. The 7 of Spades, we have Brightwater Veterinary. That's not Spades. No, it is Spades because it looks like a spade. Oh, I'm getting there. Brightwater Veterinary Clinic. 8 of Clubs, the Big House. They're already here. The secretive military lab loses an experiment. Ooh. Meanwhile, a missing author stumbles from the woods with no memory of the last year of her life. Odd symbols are found drawn on the Asher Memorial. Ridge Radio gets some extraterrestrial callers. Key locations: 5 of Diamonds, the woods. 8 of Diamonds, the Asher Memorial. 2 of Spades, Brightwater Military Base. 10 of Spades, Ridge Radio. A simple case of murder? The body of a popular girl washes up at the edge of Brightwater Lake. A keen-eyed historian has seen this happen before, but no one takes heed. Cloak meetings are held at a log cabin in the woods. An odd idol is fished from the lake during preparation for the Brightwater Regatta. Oh no. Key locations: 2 of Clubs, log cabin. 6 of Diamonds, Brightwater Lake. 7 of Hearts, the Brightwater Sailing Club. Brightwater Sailing Club. The 9 of Spades, historical records and curiosities. Prepare cards and letter tiles. Ellie. Anna, you're bleeding. 2 face-down decks of cards are used in Asher's Ridge. Okay. The location deck is a curated set of 20 cards. When locations are drawn from the deck, they become active locations, places to stage scenes at. During a commercial break, any discarded cards are redistributed between the location and risk decks. During a commercial break, any discarded cards are redistributed between the location and risk decks. Interesting. See commercial break, page 47. The risk deck consists of the court cards and both jokers. Oh. This deck is drawn from whenever a character's action invites risk. The outcome of the action is determined by matching the suit of the scene's location with the card drawn from this. The outcome of the action is determined by matching the suit of the scene's location with the card drawn from the risk deck. Okay. Gather the following cards. So all of these cards. All of these are locations. Okay. Set aside any key locations used by your logline. Then shuffle, so like the Big House, Bridgewater Lake, and and something else was in those log lines. Then shuffle the remaining cards and form a face-down stack. Place the key locations on top of the stack. Draw 5 cards from the location deck. These are your active locations. Shuffle together all court cards and red and black jokers. Place this deck face down, oriented such that it is distinct from the location deck. Hold on. I love when people yell about something and then they misspell like one of the important words. I just needed to check something because I suddenly became concerned. All right. Place this deck face down, oriented such that it is distinct from the location deck. Put all letter tiles in a drawstring bag or bowl. Draw 4 tiles and look at them. This is your initial communal letter pool. Oh, there's a communal letter pool. I thought everyone had like a personal pool. Well, I guess you do. If there's a communal pool, that probably does in fact suggest that there's probably a personal pool also. More letter tiles are drawn throughout the game. The cold open. Introductory scenes. The 3-act structure. Show the paranormal. Show the paranormal. Form a thread, become sidetracked. Blah, 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 blah. We already. Oh, good duck. Good little mallard. Gameplay, cold open. Introductory scene, show the paranormal, form a thread, choose a location, narrate a scene, inviting risk, escalation. Commercial break. Look at him. He was getting a little snack. The cold open. Interior, Asher's Ridge Primary School, Class 3B, Day 1. The camera pans across the classroom filled with small chairs and desks. It's dusty and littered with dried leaves that have blown through broken windows. No one has used it for decades. A bird of prey lands on the dilapidated windowsill. As it does, a radio begins to play an old, crackly childhood song. It startles the bird. Spoopy. A cold open is common television technique where the viewer is thrust into the action without any explanation of the events. It sets the stage for the events of the episode and gives you a taste of what story you might tell. Discuss as a group or take turns narrating 1 to 5 short scenes based in an active location. For example, they can be slice of life depictions of the town and its inhabitants, hint at the town's dark secrets, or show the consequences of paranormal activity. Each scene should be short, no more than 2 or 3 sentences long. 2 or 3 very long run-on sentences with many semicolons and commas and colons. Introductory scene. Interior, Brightwater Veterinary Clinic, Day 1. Anna Brown enters the building. The door jangles its bells as it crashes open. Anna's holding a cardboard box with holes in it and looks distressed. She wears blue jeans, torn at the right knee and a short sleeve floral top. Her arms are scratched and red. Ooh. And all this... and all subordinating conjunctions and dependent clauses. Absolutely. The cold open lets the viewer know the genre of the show, but the introductory scenes give them a reason to keep watching. This is an opportunity to show what the main characters bring what the main characters bring to the episode and what challenges are ahead of them. Consider whether the main characters are best introduced to the viewer as a group or as individuals. Then narrate scenes accordingly. These scenes can take place at any location in Asher's Ridge. They are not limited to active locations. Give the viewer a sense of the character's attitude and hint at their catalyst, but do not spell it out yet. Keep the scenes short. You can always add a flashback in a later scene to flesh out a background if desired. Ooh. The 3-act structure. Ominous whisper, come with me. 3-act structure is a commonly used storytelling device which splits the narrative into 3 parts: acts, exposition, confrontation, and resolution. Keep this structure in mind while playing to control the pace of your episode. Act 1, the exposition. Introduce and build on problems for your characters to address. Build tension. Act 2, the development. Problems evolve and characters try to solve them, often finding themselves in a far worse situation. Build tension. Act 3, resolution. The main tensions in the plot are brought to a boiling point, and important dramatic questions are answered. The characters learn something about themselves. Release tension. The act loop. Should I read that before or after? We'll read this first and then we'll read that because that looks like bullet points. In each act, you'll narrate the effects of the paranormal influence on Asher's Ridge. Form connected plot threads using letter tiles. Then narrate play scenes involving the threads of active location, discarding each chosen location afterward. You'll repeat this process until 2 active locations remain. Finally, you'll escalate the situation, intensify the paranormal threat, and make it more personal and dangerous for the main characters. At the end of Acts 1 and 2, you'll cut to commercial. And at the end of Act 3, you'll end the episode with a cliffhanger. So the act loop. Show the paranormal. 1. Show the paranormal. 2. Form a thread. 3. Narrate a scene. 4. If there are 2 active locations remaining, go to 5. Otherwise, go to 1. So show the paranormal, form a thread, narrate a scene. Then once you only have 2 active locations go, you escalate. So you enter Act 2 basically, and then you enter your commercial break. And then, okay. I see. Show the paranormal. A short atmospheric scene showing any location in Asher's Ridge and the paranormal activity occurring there. Avoid involving your main characters in these scenes. Instead, use supporting roles, antagonists, or environmental descriptions to build tension. Note, you do not need to overtly show the paranormal during these scenes, nor know what the cause of the paranormal is, though you may have theories. Thread groups. If there are already threads in the thread zone, you can use these letters in a new thread by placing it so that the 2 overlap at that point. If there are already threads in the thread zone, you can use their letters in a new thread by placing... Thread is just a word. I need to remember that we're just talking about Scrabble. I'm getting too wrapped up in their terminology. In a new thread by placing it so that the 2 overlap at that point. If you do this, it's saying you can use a word. You can use one of the letters on the other words to create a word. If you do this, the new thread is deemed to be related to the thread, and they all form a thread group. A thread group is a related set of threads that all belong to the same overarching plot. So you don't necessarily have to... I'm going to go down. You don't necessarily have to add on to an existing word. You could have your word free floating, I see. But if you do add it, that just gives reason to interlock everything. Gotcha. Hold on. There we go. My little back support had gone up. I'm really bad at going down in my chair. I'll just start sliding, and then when I come up, I'll just yank the back support up. And then I'm really supporting like the middle of my back as opposed to my lower back, which actually is the one that needs support. Escalated locations. Oh, okay. Form a thread. Escalated locations 0, 1, 2 plus. Letter tiles drawn 3, 2, 1 respectively. Draw 1 to 3 letter tiles according to the number of escalated locations and add them to the letter pool. Form a new thread from the letter pool and add it to the thread zone. New threads must be a word that is at least 3 letters long and may only be a noun, verb, adverb, or adjective. Okay. Standard. A new thread may be a standalone word or connected to an existing thread group. See? Critical thinking. You become sidetracked. Here we go. Becoming sidetracked. You become sidetracked whenever you cannot make a valid thread from the letter pool. Oh, that's cool. I like that. That's fun. That's fun. That's fun. I like that. I like that. Crit witch. You become sidetracked whenever you cannot make a valid thread from the letter pool or whenever the options you have are not appealing. Okay. When this happens, so you get to choose. When this happens, 1, draw 3 letter tiles and add them to the letter pool. 2, form a thread of at least 3 letters and place it in the thread zone. It must not connect to any other thread, and scenes involving it are unrelated to the paranormal threat in this episode. Oh, okay. If you still cannot make a thread or you have already been sidetracked, choose an active location and add to the stack of escalated locations instead of discarding it. I don't remember reading about escalated locations, so I'm going to assume I don't know what that is, instead of discarding it. The subsequent scene must involve at least one protagonist, the paranormal influence and or an antagonist, and invite risk. Oh, so this is another way you can invite risk. Okay. I was like, it's kind of like a thick deck for you to only really ever invite risk when you use your attitude. So this makes so much more sense. So if you get absolutely boned and of like your 7 tiles, you do not get something viable, like it's just pure Z's and Q's. You invite risk. That's fun. I like that. I also like that this kind of like I like the lead in on this risk, because the subsequent scene must include the risk plus one protagonist, the paranormal influence, and or an antagonist. So you can have paranormal influence, antagonist, protagonist, and risk all at once. If you cannot form a word even after pulling another 3 letters. Got it. I'm just going to scroll up to see if I did in fact read about escalated locations and I simply have forgotten. Finally, you'll escalate the situation. Is that what it means? You'll repeat this process until 2 active locations remain. Finally, you'll escalate the situation. Intensify the normal and make it more personal and dangerous for the main characters. Are the escalated locations, you think, the last 2 locations? I'm sure it's going to tell me. It's like the next page, I'm sure. But I'm going to sit here and I'm going to wonder. But you can have like 2+, you know, and that's what gets me. Let's keep reading. Narrate a scene. Consider what the new thread represents in your episode. Overall, though, I really like sidetracked. I like how mechanically that works. Consider what the new thread represents in your episode, then choose an active location and narrate a scene to find out what happens. Use any main character supporting roles or antagonists as needed. Show the thread in the scene either by discovering it, experiencing it, or talking about it. I'm having an idea about something else in the future. Let me write it down before it just leaves my brain forever. Okay, got it. Write it down, write it down. I got it. Consider what the new thread represents in your episode. Then choose an active location and narrate. So active location are the cards you pull at the beginning of the game. And narrate a scene to find out what happens. Can I press this and anything happens? No, it's just showing me that. That would be fun though. Maybe it will in like the actual PDF. Like the official PDF. I can click it and it'll show me the definition of that in this scenario. Use any main character supporting roles or antagonists as needed. Show the thread in the scene either by discovering it, experiencing it, or talking about it. Okay. However you use the thread, the word must be said during the scene. Okay, so you have to say it. Good to know, good to know. Once completed, discard the active location. Just throw it away. Show the paranormal, form thread, narrate a scene sequence, repeats until there are 2 active locations remaining. Then end the act with an escalation, followed by commercial break or cliffhanger to end the episode. For example, you might add the thread gun and find one during the scene. The object may be a vague gun or something more specific. Conversely, a thread such as black, silver, prop, or toy could also signify finding a gun. During the scene, how the gun fits into the episode's plot is up to you. Alternatively, a character may forget their gun, be denied a gun, hear a gun, or overhear conversation about a hunter setting out with their gun and their dog. Whatever you decide, you say the thread gun at some point during the scene and involve the thread in the overarching plot of your episode. Narrate your scene. New letter tiles. Is that existing letter pool? OUI. Thread zone. We have stab and silk. And then we could do bite with the new thread. Okay. And we have these active location. This is Brightwater Sanctuary. Or sorry, Brightwater Military. What is it? Base. The Asher's Ridge Primary School or the Memorial. And we're choosing the Memorial. So exterior, the Asher Memorial Day. You know what? I'm not going to lie to you. For something that is going to be a book, I do like that there are things that are full spreads and are book-like. I know I'm not reading this as a book spread or as a book, but I do like that there are book things. I do get concerned about text being in the middle of the seam of the book. But this is chunky enough. I think it's fairly self-explanatory. Exterior, the Asher Memorial Day. It's a bright and beautiful sunny morning. Anna sits on a bench near a stone memorial of John Asher, The town's founder. She has a bandage across her right hand. She feeds some birds and watches as they gather closer and closer to her. Oh, Ellie approaches from behind and sits on the bench next to her. The birds scatter. Ellie, I wasn't sure you'd be here. Anna, how could I not? Both Luke and Jack being questioned by the police. Never mind the stress you must be under with the folks going missing. Look, I know we didn't leave things on the best foot. Jack and Luke can be seen approaching from the other side of the memorial square. They're talking animatedly. Ellie nudges Anna. Here they come. They get up from the bench and go quickly over to Luke and Jack. There are several moments of relieved hugs. Jack holds on to Ellie a little longer than she hoped for. Drama. They walk and talk going around the memorial and further in toward town. Luke, I'm glad you came, Anna. They catch Anna's eye, but she quickly looks away. She looks anxious and fiddles with the bandage on her hand. Ellie butts in between them. Ellie, yeah, she came. Tell us what happened. Both of you. Jack. I found a body. Miss Frederick's the school teacher. Jack gestures back toward the memorial and bench. Anna and Jelly and I'm interested in the story, so I'm reading fast. Jack gestures back toward the memorial and the bench Anna and Ellie had sat on. The camera pans back to it, settles for a moment on the plaque where we can read, "In loving memory of those who gave their lives searching for Class 3B. Jack. They think it's her anyway. You know, the one that went missing with her class back in 81? Jack gets a far-off look as though he's hearing something the others aren't. No one notices. Luke takes the opportunity to give their news. Luke deadpan. I delivered her package to a crime scene, addressed to the dead lady they found there, containing the murder weapon. The fuck? Ellie and Anna are both shocked. Jack has heard it already and he still looks distant. Anna, I'm sorry, what? Ellie, putting two and two together. Mrs. McPherson? Luke, I don't know what to tell you. It was just another package in the van addressed to Helen McPherson of the Gloria Navigandum at the Brightwater Sailing Club. There were police everywhere when I got there, and as soon as they saw the name on the parcel, they took me in for questioning. Luke pauses. Jack is still listening to something else. Ominous whisper. Only Jack hears it. Come with me. Jack flinches. We see blood begin to spread on Anna's bandage. Spicy. Did I tell you about... No, you have not. The new Tanya Huff novel? I don't know anything about it. Oh my god, we're still going. Luke continued. They found my dad's driving license. Oh. They found my dad's driving license in her pocket. The parcel had a bloody knife in it. Let's just say it's a small miracle that they let me go. Luke notices the bandage and the blood. They move quickly for her hand. Luke continued. Shit, Anna, what'd you do? Anna starts to say it was nothing, but then notices the fresh blood. Anna. Crap. I thought it stopped. It's just a bite, guys. Bite, I bet you, is the thread word. Ever since I got back, I found so many dead animals around the lake. It's weird, like... something just sucks the life right out of them. Dr. Cowley and I can't understand it, but... Anyway, yesterday I was walking near the old primary school and there were some dead rats, so I went to take one back to the clinic, but there was still one alive and the fucker bit me. The group looks concerned, but Anna waves it off. Anna continued. It's fine. I've had all the shots I need. I just shouldn't still be bleeding is all. I'll go take care of it and catch back up with you all, okay? Jack squeezes her good hand and nods. Anna quickly leaves. Ellie notices the squeeze and seems displeased. Ellie. She'll be fine, Luke. Besides, you've got bigger things to worry about than a rat bite. Jack finally comes back to himself. Jack. Rat bite? Rat bite? Anna, wait up. Where was the rat? Jack runs after Anna, who doesn't slow down. Ellie gives Luke a playful nudge. Ellie. She actually came back, huh? End of scene. Inviting risk. Draw a card from the risk deck, i.e. invite risk. Whenever, I like the term invite risk, by the way. Whenever a character does something inherently risky, for example, walks alone into the dark woods where there's a known killer on the loose, partakes in a ritual to summon demons, or climbs a mountain face slick with water. That's so peak coded. Climbs a mountain face slick with water. I'm sorry, you partake in a ritual to summon a demon. I just read those words and did not take in what they said. Partakes in the ritual to summon a demon, climbs a mountain face slick with water, walks alone into the dark woods when there's a known killer on the loose. Hell of an escalation. Compare the suit of the drawn card to the suit of the active location to gauge the overall success or failure of the action. Oh, okay. Note, character growth occurs from taking risks in the full rule set. Oh, okay, I see you. Limiting risk. Draw one card per situation rather than per character. For example, if 3 characters go into the woods where a dangerous creature is prowling, draw 1 card, not 3. Is this an alt rule, or is this like a suggestion? Or like the actual rule? So Trooper would be rewarded for being risky. Yes. Potentially. Oh. Okay. Okay. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. Perfect. The outcome of the action is positive, as positive as it can be, with no complicating factors. Minor positive. It goes well in general, but there is an additional problem to solve. Minor negative. The action ends poorly and the characters' lives become more complicated. For minor negative, there are more problems and questions raised in addition to it all. Disaster. It couldn't have gone worse. The consequences of this failed action will be felt across the rest of the episode. Joker. Draw another risk card and use its suit to judge the outcome. Whatever happens, this event will haunt your memories for decades to come. Why? Optionally, if a character takes an action that is unfamiliar to them, e.g., considering their occupation, okay, because occupation are skills in this game, you may decide to invite risk. Oh, optionally, if a character takes an action that is unfamiliar to them, you may decide to invite risk and draw a card from the risk deck to determine the action's outcome. Oh, so that's another way you can use the risk deck. Okay, so there are a few ways to invite risk into your life in this game. Partakes in ritual summoning a demon, Lin behavior. Dark forest with a killer on the loose, Lindy behavior. Climbing a slick mountain face, Trooper behavior. That's so true. There's 3 wolves inside of you. One of you who wants to summon a demon, one of you who wants to walk in the forest with a killer on the loose, and the other wants to climb a slick mountain face. Oh, amazing. Escalation. When you complete a scene and there are 2 active locations remaining, the next scene you play must be an escalation, followed by a commercial break. This sequence ends each act of the episode. Oh, sorry. So there is a... Okay, so you're gonna use... So you pull 5 cards, you do 3 scenes, then you pull one of the last 2 and create that and that'll be your escalation. So you'll always have 4 scenes per act at the least, because you can always use your attitude to add on to create either a different scene or to add on to a scene. So there's a potential of 5, I think. The sequence ends each act of the episode. During each escalation, the paranormal threat intensifies and presents new problems for your characters to deal with. Choose one active location and set it aside as an escalated location. There we go. Choose one active location and set it aside as an escalated location. Remove all remaining active locations from the game. Note, they are not added to the discard pile, but removed entirely. Okay. So during the escalation, which is your 4th scene, when you have 2 active locations left, remember we draw 5, we've had 3 scenes, we pull our next location, or choose our next location, and that's our escalated location. So of the 2 active locations left, or I think we set it aside as an escalation location. Maybe it's all 5 locations are still considered active. I would have to read what they say to do after you've used the other locations. Set it aside as an escalated location. An escalated location determines the amount of tiles you can pull if you don't have anything to add to a thread, or if you're stuck in your Scrabble game. That's how you pull another tile. Okay. Remove all remaining active locations, so throw out the other 4. Or plus, I'm sure there's ways to get more active locations from the game. Note, they are not added to the discard pile, but removed entirely, because you divide the discard pile during the commercial break between your decks. Discuss how to present new problems to the main characters, raise the stakes, and make the situation more personal. We're still in escalation. Sorry, I just needed to make sure. Discuss how to present new problems to the main characters, raise the stakes, and make the situation more personal. These scenes can involve any character, protagonist, supporting role, or antagonist. If a protagonist is involved, they must invite risk through their actions in the scene. I wonder how you're going to determine who the protagonist is in this game. They must invite through, if the protagonist is involved, they must invite risk through their actions in this scene. Okay. So this is another way to introduce risk into the game. Gotcha. Narrate or play a scene at the escalated location and demonstrates the dangers of the paranormal in Astra's Ridge and how it has become personal to the protagonist. Got it. Make it personal. Use the character's catalysts and connections to raise the stakes. Oh. The catalyst is a character's reason for appearing in an episode, a reoccurring theme that they can embrace, chase, or struggle against. Connections represent the relationships to people and places. I was trying to remember one of the catalysts and I couldn't, sorry. Commercial break. Commercial breaks are opportunities to pause the game to refresh yourselves, discuss theories. Okay, so it's like a built-in break. Gotcha. Discuss theories and prepare the next set of active location cards. You do not have to narrate a television commercial unless you want to. When you're ready to resume play, take all locations in the discard pile and 1, shuffle 1 into the risk deck. 2, shuffle 1 into the location deck. Interesting that you put it in the risk deck. 3, put 1 on top of either the location or risk deck. Deal 5 locations from the location deck. Sorry, to the center of the table. Post-commercial recap. Briefly recount the action of the last escalation, then add one further piece of information to increase or reduce tension as you see fit. Consider the scenes before and after a commercial break in a television show. Before the break, the viewer is left on the cliffhanger to ensure they keep watching. After the break, the cliffhanger is resolved or escalated further to propel the show forward. Maybe it's a little bit more like Charmed. Maybe that's how I should think about it. I just think that they're just normal people, you know, normal people and things are happening to them. That's why I think more like a One Tree Hill with a supernatural twist. Cliffhanger, a final scene to end the episode and your game. Decide which thread or thread group you're most excited about resolving or exploring further in the future episode. Choose an active or escalated location and narrate a scene involving the chosen thread group with at least one main character who invites risk. Leave at least one open question at the end of the scene. All right, interior school, class 3B night. The classroom is dark and silent. A small amount of moonlight defines the edges of objects, but not much more. 2 bodies lie on the floor, just about discernible. They're still. There's a buzz and a small green light flickers on. The radar begins to play. The bodies move. End of episode. Spicy. Coming to Kickstarter, 2nd of September 2025. Again, this quick start is on itch.io. At the very least, that's where I found it. It's probably also on Rory Monteford's actual website. So these are the tourist guide. Oh. Which is, sorry, that scared me. You guys can't hear it, but I can hear it. I have a very loud sound that that plays when you guys see add soon. A loud sound plays for me, and sometimes it doesn't scare me, sometimes it does. If I see the add soon before it happens, that's when I don't get scared, but I didn't see it that time. It happened first, the sound. I'm getting a Teen Wolf pilot vibe for this quick start scenario. Oh, yeah. I got you. I want to see this. Yeah. Oh, this is neat. A little low qual, but that's fine. Maybe it's not fine because this is very small. I'm sure it's better in the actual thing. But you could see some of these. I'm assuming there's going to be something to make them stand out a little bit more. But that's fun. So you could see like how everything is related to one another. Using this map, grid lines are 1 kilometer intervals. Contours are 10 meters vertical intervals. Okay. Locations are assigned a unique reference position as follows. 1. Find the first vertical grid line to the left of the point and read the large number. Then estimate tenths from the grid line to point. Okay, so for example, if we choose 3 of diamonds, right? We go here, our first big vertical is 3, ironically. Then estimate tenths from the grid to the line. This is probably here. This is probably in the second tenth. Yeah, this is in the second tenth. Okay. Find the first horizontal grid line below the point and read the large letter. So we have 3, then below the point is F. So we have 3F and 2 tenths. Estimate the grid line. Ooh, that's a lot actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. I would say 5. 6 actually even. Yeah, we'll say 6. So 6 tenths, 2 tenths, 6 tenths, 3F. Example, the cairn is, oh, 9.8. So it's 3.8, 3.2, and F6. And the cairn here is 9. Oh, there's another one over here. 9.8 and G6. 9.8 and G6. G 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's about here. And 9, 8. There it is. Yep. All right. I get it. I get how to read it now. And it makes more sense why you're telling me this, because it's over here where you tell me where all these things are. Gotcha. That makes sense. As someone who's never read this kind of map before, made perfect sense. I'm assuming it's a low qual for a reason. By the way, ooh, danger, military base. Oh wow, this is far from everything else. Ooh, and there's stuff down here also. Spicy. The market town of Asher's Ridge is located at the southern tip of Brightwater Lake in the heart of the Lake District National Park. This hidden Lake District National Park. In the heart of that national park, naturally there's a town there. Hidden treasure is approximately 17 miles as the crow flies from Keswick, and sits in stunning surroundings crowned by the majestic ridge. Once known as Deerhead, according to the Domesday Book, the area came to prominence with the arrival of John Hugh Asher in 1742. Asher was a woodsman of ambition who drastically transformed the town's fortunes until a tragic accident in 1761 claimed his life. Uh-oh. 19 years? Is that what that is? Yeah. His legacy lives on in the town's name as well as the eponymous ridge from which he fell. I would be livid if you named my legacy my name and where I died. I would be livid. 3 names. So many things I would have done. And you instead decide to call this location my name and what took my life. I cannot believe you. I would haunt the fuck out of this town. Are you kidding me? Oh yeah, what's up with the other souls? Oh, so what mark did you leave on the world? Oh, well, you know, I helped transform a town's fortune. I was a woodsman, but I was able to really do a lot for this town. Oh, that's so cool. So are you remember it somewhere somehow, like a statue or something? Oh, they actually named this the town after me. Oh, that's so cool. So they called it Asher City, Asher Town. No, actually it's Asher Ridge. Oh, so it's like on the cliffside. No, not exactly. Are there a lot of ridges around? Kind of. Not really. This is what it's known for. It's like right on the side of a lake, so like that's what it's more known for. Oh, so then why did they call it Asher Ridge? Oh, yeah, funny story. So yeah, back in right before I got here, actually, I slipped on a slippery mountainside and just fell and I died there. So they named the town that you saved Asher's Ridge because you fell off of a ridge to your death. Yeah. Tough break, man. Yeah, I know. Fair, but we use it as a warning to the children. Oh, don't be like Asher. Don't be like the founder Asher, young one. You know why we call this town Asher Ridge? Asher's Ridge is named after that ridge right over there. One we tell you, Mom always told you, do not go and play up there because otherwise you'll end up like Asher's. Like our founder Asher. And how would we do that, Grandma? Oh, well. Asher. Great man, but did not live very long. He was up there one day playing. And then after a rain, and then he slipped on a rock and fell straight down, broke his neck right there in 12 places. Beyond saving, poor soul. And that's why we named this town Asher's Ridge. So little ones like you could always know, never play so close to an edge on a ridge. Otherwise, you'll end up just like poor John Hugh Asher. God bless his soul, who died in 1761. Right over there, actually. You see that hot dog stand right there? That's where he fell and died. Some say if you stand there at the right time, you'll feel a little bit of a chill. They're so fucked up. I'd be pissed. Asher's Ridge Primary School is the 8th of Hearts. The school has been closed for many years and is falling into disrepair. It closed in 1991, 10 years after a group of children disappeared. Nowadays, older children are schooled in nearby Cuddlestone. And the small number of primary-aged children receive their education in the same building as the town's library. The population of Asher's Ridge is predominantly age 60 plus, most of whom lost a close relative in the 1981 disappearances. I'm gonna be so for real with you. I would not still be there if an entire group of young children disappeared. Would not catch me dead in that town. Thank you. You're welcome. A 5 of Hearts, Brightwater Books, a modern shop a little off the main street which sells a range of independent titles. It's run by Meredith Barge Hughes, who left the hustle and bustle of London behind after her transformative holiday in the Lake District. The Brightwater Sailing Club, founded in 2001, this sailing club has grown to an extraordinary rate. At an extraordinary rate. Given the remoteness of Brightwater and Asher's Ridge itself, it's often an antagonistic presence in the town, and its yearly regatta brings the tiny roads to a standstill and draws the ire of nearly every resident with its noise and furor. Most club members aren't residents of the town and give it little thought beyond it being a stop along the way to their boats and champagne. Okay. 8 of Hearts. Lakeview B&B. There's a sliver of lake visible from the front. There's a sliver of lake visible from the front porch of this ivy-clad stone cottage. It used to be home to Luke Smith and his parents. Oh, Luke's house is Lakeview B&B? But they went missing and Luke couldn't pay rent. The landlord, Dr. H.J. Palmer, turned it and a few surrounding buildings into a bed and breakfast. Dr. Palmer's sister, Lucille Frost, runs it with her husband, Edgar. Ooh. Drama. Ultimate Trails Campsite. The bustling heartbeat of the tourism is strong at Ultimate Trails. It occupies 3 acres of ancient woodland with pitches ranging from regular to treetop pods, as cost its owner Richard Knightley. Oh, this is the greedy boss of Anna. A small fortune, and he is Ellie's greedy boss. A small fortune, and he is determined to recoup every penny. He employs several 20-something-year-olds from the local area every summer as guides and tutors for... Wait, hold on. If everyone went missing, if like an entire class of young children So everyone in this town is 60 plus. A bunch of in 2025. This is a modern day game, and everyone went missing in 1981, or at least that class of children did, along with a teacher. They went missing 40 years ago. So everyone who lives in this town was a 20-something-year-old when, right? No, 40-something-year-old, right? Hold on. It's 2020. That's 20 years. That's 20 years. That's 40 years. That hurts my feelings, but we're going to keep on going. So everybody was like a 20-something-year-old when all these children went missing. And the teacher. So when they had kids, if those children weren't theirs, so everyone there would be a 40-something-year-old. All those kids that disappeared would have been 40-something. And that class would have had the 20-something-year-olds. So okay, no, the math works out. Okay, I'm just saying if their logic stands. I'm just scrutinizing the logic here. He employs several 20-something-year-olds from the local area every summer as guides and tutors for the vast array of family holiday experience on offer. I've lost my mouse. There, found it. Nature Trail. One of the easier routes from the Ultimate Trails camp. This circuitous route goes along the edge of Brightwater, around the town and up the lower slopes of the ridge before returning to the campsite. As no steep inclines, though, it is long. It's a good trail to follow for tourists who want to see most of the local wildflowers and spot birds on the lake. Lookout Point. This peaceful refuge overlooks Brightwater and the town of Asher's Ridge from a few hundred meters up the ridge trail. There's a small bench set up for hikers to rest at. The view is spectacular. The woods around Asher's Ridge are ancient and vast, a mix of old oak trees and vertiginous evergreens. It's crisscrossed by a network of walking routes popular with local walkers and tourists alike. From here, you can launch many hiking trips or just loop back into the town. Red squirrels are abundant here. That's cute. Brightwater Lake is one of the highest lakes in the Lake District, and its icy depth plunged to nearly 80 meters below sea level. It is a popular sailing location and the local sailing club's yearly regatta. That also looks like a double space right there. Regatta fills the 3-mile-long lake with an abundance of colorful sails. Nature enthusiasts flock year-round to the lake to spy its array of rare fauna and flora. Promise Falls, the most... My first thought is somebody of the name Promise fell here and they named it Promise Falls because that seems to just be the naming convention of these people. But I'm assuming it's a waterfall that maybe Promise sighted at. I don't know. We'll find out. The most impressive of the waterfalls that feed into Brightwater, Promise Falls, is the only one with several bridges spanning it at different heights. A memorial to John Asher was built a dozen meters away from the topmost bridge and marks the point at which it's believed he jumped from the bridge. So not only did fucking John Asher, I forgot what his name was, die at this ridge, and you decided to name this city, this town, after him. John Asher, his name is John Asher, it says it right here. But you named an Asher's Ridge after the ridge he died off of. Not only did he die from this ridge, he jumped and he presumably committed suicide on said ridge. So in a way to memorialize him, y'all were like, let's just always remember Asher and the ridge he jumped off of when he killed himself. What? I'm haunting every single one of you. Are you kidding me? What the absolute hell is that bullshit? The Asher Memorial, a stone statue at the center of town, said to be John Asher, the man whose name the town bears. It's no more than 40 years old. A replacement for an older monument that sat in the same site, which was itself a restoration of something older still. A plaque nearby commemorates the lives of the mountain rescue team who, like John Asher before them, lost their lives while searching for a group of children who went missing from the village in the summer of 81. I'm surprised you didn't rename the goddamn village to fucking the Missing Children. And from the Missing Children Forest is what I imagine you're going to fucking call one of these places. The Old Road. The Old Road is a dilapidated cart track that passes near the big house. The ruins of an old stable inn and are well visible among the brambles as a tumble of stone overgrown with moss and weeds. It heads straight into the trees and loses itself from time to time until eventually ending at the stone circle. A small brook keeps it company for some of the way. Woodpeckers can be heard hammering at tree trunks, goddamn, sometimes louder than you might expect. Market research showed that it wasn't good for tourism. They tried though, there was a vote, but Dr. Knightley said no. He was worried about his bottom dollar. Fucking Old Jack's barn. On a condemned barn on the edge of a sinkhole that opened up in the field outside Asher's Ridge. It's filled with machinery that was abandoned in a hurry, and it is very, very dangerous there. Log cabin. A small wooden building off the beaten path with minimal facilities, 2 single glazed windows sit like a pair of dark and empty eyes in a rotten wooden frames. A small chimney peaks above the moss-covered felt roof. An old petrol generator provides power and is the only sign that this building might still be inhabited. All Saints Cemetery. There's no recent gravestones in the cemetery, and its occupants' descendants are also long dead. The cemetery is adjacent to the Big House. Oh! And town myth goes that the Big House's chapel was used by the town long ago. The Big House. The Big House is a large, rambling house. We really like using the word rambling here. Rambling house on the edge of town, supposedly once the home of John Asher. The house lies empty since its last owner died in residence. It has been inherited by Miss Julie Watts, who has reluctantly moved into the gamekeeper's lodge. While the house is prepared for sale, it's going to take some work. We're almost done. Brightwater Military Base. The remote hills, valleys, woods, and waterways near Asher's Ridge are designated as areas outstanding natural beauty, and so this base appears on no maps and keeps its low profile. The townsfolk of Asher Ridge don't really know what's going on there. No one from town works there, and the passers through are tight-lipped. Everyone knows where you shouldn't go walking, however. Brightwater Veterinary Clinic. The clinic in Asher's Ridge is run by one overworked vet, Dr. Geraldine Cowley, who handles both farm stock, wildlife, injured and sick pets, both resident and on holiday. It's the only veterinary center for hours around, and Geraldine is desperate for a holiday, or at least for help, or at least a holiday. I would say she was desperate for both, despite my error there. Historical records and curiosities. A picture postcard shop that fronts onto the main street. Its large window is filled with old maps and historical paraphernalia about Asher's Ridge, including a picture of exactly where Asher died. It boasts shelves of old newspapers of past relevance to the town, ledgers of families who lived here in past centuries, and belongings precious to the past residents donated to the store. It's part museum, part tourist trap. The owner shopper is Albert Greenwatch, an elderly gentleman in a tweed jacket with leather elbow patches, a retired librarian who couldn't give up collecting trinkets. Then Ridge Radio, the small local radio station, operates from an out-of-place 1960s building on the edge of town. It airs local news, talk shows, weather forecasts, and a whole lot of classic rock to a captive audience of locals and tourists alike. It's very popular. It has to be. Because it's the only one. Have a good night, Prax. Thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out. I'll talk to you later, friend. Bye. Supporting roles. These characters may be played on demand by any player at the table. Note that they have an attitude, but do not benefit from an attitude action. Feel free to invent additional supporting roles as needed. Sorry. What I wanted to say before that I was thinking of as I was reading this, that I've wanted to say for a little bit, is that this game feels very much like the system is strong. This is a very strong system, strong mechanically. And I think that this system is very much something you could write your own setting in pretty easily. Time consuming because of all of the... If you want to play it as written, exactly, it's a lot of locations to write out, and a lot of characters to write. But I think it's very feasible to just like use this system for your own stories, or your own setting, I should say. Supporting roles. Sergeant Neil Barron, pronouns he, him, age 48. Oh, he's pretty young. Occupation, police officer. Catalyst, atonement. Attitude, shrewd. Grab a map and build your own locales. Yeah, and it would be a cool long-term project. I agree wholeheartedly. Because it kind of lays it all out for you. It's pretty well explained. And yeah, I straight don't think it would be that difficult to do everything. Especially if you struggle with doing things on the map. I think the way that they laid it out is very feasible. Attitude shrewd. Sergeant Neil Barron joined the police force later in life than the average recruit. But his shrewd nature soon saw him catapulted to the top. He is well respected by his colleagues, though they know little of him beyond what they see at work. Sergeant Barron and his fellow officers are required to cover a large area with few staff. Late nights and coffee-fueled mornings are not uncommon. Meredith Barge Hughes. Pronouns she, her, they, them. Age 41. Occupation, bookseller. Catalyst secrets. Attitude investigate. Meredith owns Brightwater Books, which stocks a wide variety of modern-day books to suit all audiences. She dresses flamboyantly and sweeps people into her store with her arms held wide. Before long, Meredith knows everything about her customers, nominally to recommend the perfect book. Why? Meredith asks so many questions, and why their lamp is always on until the small hours is between them and their publisher of their authorial debut. Twisted bows breed twisted souls. Ooh, Meredith Barge Hughes. I don't think you're surviving, babe. Andrew Cartwright, he, him, age 26, occupation inventor, catalyst avoidance, attitude jittery. Isn't Andrew Cartwright the one who found the body in the example? Andrew Cartwright loves to sail, and he tries desperately to fit in at the Brightwater Sailing Club. He tries to project an aura of wealth backed up by understated, expensive clothes, but feels like a fish out of water. He is trying very hard to forget about the flop that was his most recent technological innovation. Uh-oh. Dr. Geraldine Cowley, pronouns she, her, age 53, occupation veterinarian, catalyst nightmares, attitude authoritative. Dr. Crowley runs the only veterinarian clinic near Asher's Ridge for hours around. She deals with farm stock, wildlife, pets daily, and is feeling stretched thin by her workload. She encouraged Anna Brown to study at veterinary school and hopes for her help when her training is complete. In the meantime, that sounds a lot like grooming, I'm not gonna lie to you. In the meantime, staff morale is trending down as fast as the number of sick... Aren't you the only one who works here? No, you are the only veterinary, or veterinary clinic, so you're not the only person who works there. Okay. Staff morale is trending down as fast as the number of sick, injured, missing, or dead animals in the area increases for no obvious reason. Edgar Frost, pronouns he, him, age 63, occupation hotelier, catalyst desperation, attitude restless. Edgar hates the countryside, but he wasn't going to argue with Lucille. He keeps a small packed suitcase hidden in a disused cupboard and is waiting for the right time to leave. He keeps telling himself he'll do it any day now, but the days keep passing by and he's still there. Oh, Edgar. At 63 also? Oh, buddy. Lucille Frost, pronouns she, her, age 53, occupation hotelier, catalyst preparation, attitude combative. Lucille runs the Lakeview Bed and Breakfast like a military operation. Oh my god. She's ruthlessly well organized, quietly judgmental, and as yet no one has left a negative review. She keeps a diary with her at all times and consults it regularly. Woe betide any visitors who are late for their allotted arrival and departure times. At 53, yikes. Brad Gibbs, pronouns he, him, they, them, age 24, catalyst luck, attitude popular. This is the guy somebody had a crush on. I think it's Ellie, maybe? Brad's winning smile, chiseled physique, and willingness to give anything a try makes him the most popular camp leader at Ultimate Trails. He spins wild tales of his adventures at the campfire, leading many to think he has both the worst and best luck of all time. Albert Greenwatch, pronoun he, him, age 73, occupation librarian retired. Catalyst ritual, attitude brave. This is the guy who runs to the that curiosity shop, right? The one who has to collect all the trinkets and stuff. Albert is passionate about record keeping and knows every change made to the town in the last 200 years. His store, Historical Records and Curiosities, is as much a record of his adventures as it is of Asher's Ridge itself. And his knowledge is vast and esoteric as his collection. Richard Knightley, pronouns he, him, age 38, catalyst greed, attitude irritable. Ultimate Trails is a multi-award-winning family holiday business, which Richard Knightley built from scratch from the age of 18, as dozens of franchises across the country, and much of his self-worth is wrapped up in the success and profitability. The camp at Asher's Ridge defies expectations, and he's determined to personally turn it around. Okay, I see. Helen McPherson, is this the person who died? Pronouns she, her, age 29, occupation bank worker, catalyst exploration, attitude sympathetic. Helen is on holiday in Asher's Ridge. She spent a small fortune on an all-inclusive Ultimate Trails package holiday and has since found several new activities she adores. She overheard two hikers talking about the amazing view from the stone monolith near Promise Falls and plans to go see for herself. Oh my, so they kill her at so she died, murdered, at the, not the statue, but the marker for Asher, John Asher's location where he jumped from, allegedly. At least in the story that they're telling in the book. Dr. H.J. Palmer, pronouns they, them. Age 55, occupation professor. Catalyst conviction, attitude ruthless. Not a single person in town knows what the HJ stands for in Dr. Palmer's name. And few can lay claim to seeing them in person. They own Lakeview Cottage along with a number of other properties in town and had been renting it to the Smiths for many years until the rent stopped being paid. Dr. Palmer permitted their sister Lucille to convert it to the Lakeview. Oh, Dr. Palmer is the bitch who fucked up Luke's life. I see. Converted to Lakeview Bed and Breakfast. There are whispers that Dr. Palmer works at the nearby military base, though on what project no one knows. What if he killed the What if they killed the Luke Smith's parents? So they could convert it into a bed and breakfast because that's what their sister Lucille wanted. And maybe they have like a weird thing going on. Henry and Patricia Smith, missing, presumed deceased. Or maybe there's experimentations happening over in that military base and it just kind of became a win-win. Luke's parents knew each other since primary school. Henry miraculously avoided the devastating excursion. Oh. Henry miraculously avoided the devastating excursion of Class 3B 40 years ago, though his best friend and Patricia's older brother did not. The experience. This is what I've been waiting for. I've been waiting for somebody who was attached to this. Though his best friend and Patricia's older brother did not. The experience threw a long shadow over their lives, and Henry began investigating his classmates' mysterious disappearance with increasing fanaticism. On the morning of June 19th, 2024, Henry Smith walked out of the house for a breath of fresh air. Patricia Smith followed shortly after. Neither returned, and no sign has been found of them since. Wow, so this was during summer break. Luke was in the house June 19th, 2024, I think. No, because Luke is old. He's like 20 something, right? I don't think he's a school age boy. Not even in 2024. So he might have been working. Lord knows where he was working, but James Turner. Oh, James Turner is old. Pronouns he, him, age 52. That's the same age as Henry and Patricia, right? They didn't give me their ages. Occupation pest control, catalyst trauma, attitude thick-skinned. Oh no, James. James was the only child to return from the infamous Class 3B school trip, and though he claims to have no memory of what happened that day, the townsfolk have given him a wide berth ever since. Even now, his business is not one many people relish calling on. He bears a distinctive scar on the left side of his face from an accident long ago. Julie Watts, pronouns she, her, age 67, occupation artist, catalyst faith, attitude spiritual. Makes sense. Oh, interesting. Mix Julie Watts inherited the creaking family pile locally known as the Big House when her great aunt Titania Martin Smith died. Thank you for giving me their name. I've been like, who used to live in the stupid big house? Who died? Titania lived like a hermit in the house, and it is filled with collected antiques and oddities from generations of Martin Smiths. It will take Julie years to sort through the detritus left behind, and finding a buyer for the house in its current condition feels impossible. Julie is convinced the house is haunted, and the rat problem isn't helping matters either. Ooh. Cullen Worcester, pronouns he, him, age 33, occupation lawyer, catalyst fortune, attitude aloof. Mr. Worcester owns the most extravagant boat on Brightwater, the Gloria Navigandum. It is transported in especially for the Brightwater Regatta every year at great personal expense. And Colin cares immensely about its appearance. He sees himself as the unelected head of the Brightwater sailing community. What a guy. We're getting there. We're getting there. Resources. Preparing the deck. Yes, leaving cards with a note using washi painter tape. Although some of those are kind of long-winded. Let's see. Oh, you do need you may need some dice if you're playing this game. Roll 1d20 on the location table to draw location cards if you don't have a set of playing cards, by the way. Use a token on the town map to indicate active and escalated locations, or write active and escalated location on post-its or paper. When inviting risk, roll 1d4 on the risk table to determine the outcome. Although not exactly the same as a d4, I get it. Disaster, minor, negative, minor, positive, positive. Note, drawing jokers and modifying the risk deck do not happen when using this variant. Oh, any cards removed from the game should be crossed from the list. Okay. Reroll if they are rolled when drawing locations. Okay. The dice method. Do not modify the risk deck. All right. So it's just rolling. Okay. Use this table in the absence of letter tiles. My God. Either print and cut to make your own, or roll 2d10 and cross off each letter as it is used. A blank table entry indicates a blank letter tile. And blanks are the ones that you can use as any letter, right? Hell of a grid. Active location. A location at which you may narrate, correct? Okay. A location at which you may narrate a scene. Once completed, discard the active location. Okay, so you do discard them. So you do pick an escalated location from the last 2 locations left after you've narrated 3 scenes. Gotcha. Okay. So the escalated location does not have to be the location you chose to escalate on. It is just simply one of the last 2, I think, maybe? I'd have to read the text again now that I'm sure about the rules on active location. Antagonist. A character created to oppose a protagonist's. Antagonists may be known collaborators or unwitting accomplices to the paranormal, or be the paranormal activity itself. Oh, spooky. Any location. Scenes that can be played at any location include active, discarded, and escalated locations, as well as those yet to be drawn from the location deck. Cold open. A short scene or montage that builds tension before the opening credits of an episode. Disaster. One outcome of inviting risk. The dire consequences of this failed action will be felt across the rest of the episode. A single game of Asher's Ridge. Escalate. The act of increasing narrative tension by making situations more threatening and or more personal to the protagonist or protagonists. Escalated location. A place where the paranormal threat has become personal to the protagonist. The number of escalated locations also affects the number of letter tiles drawn to form a thread. Face card. A jack, queen, king, or joker of any suit. 4 face cards are interspersed within the, sorry. I really got stuck on one part of that word and my brain would not let me move past it. Face cards are interspersed within the location deck. 10 face cards make up the character deck. Okay. Fast forward. Oh. Okay. Fast forward. I didn't catch that part of the rules when you put face cards in the location deck. Or maybe I did and I just didn't get it when I was reading it. Fast forward. Part of the script chain safety tools. Say this when you need to gloss over the details of a scene's content without erasing or undoing it. Foreshadowing, a glimpse or warning of a future threat. Introductory scene, a scene following the cold open that introduces the main characters for the first time during an episode. Letter pool, the set of letter tiles drawn throughout the game, but not yet used to form a thread. Location, A place of interest in or around Asher's Ridge. B, a non-face card drawn from the location's deck. Location deck, a deck of cards containing 20 non-face cards. Oh, I forgot you curate the location deck. Does that mean you go through every card then in the location deck? No. Because you take 5 cards for each act, right? And then you use 3 cards for sure. So you use 9 cards for sure, and those are discarded, those are gone. So you're left with 11 cards. But those remaining 6 cards, you get to choose one of those cards to be an escalated location. So those are 3 escalated locations, right? And then you have 3 cards that I guess you just put back into the deck and reshuffle them. So there will be leftover locations. Got you. Cards drawn from the deck are used for locations in Asher's Ridge. Logline. I've been reading a lot. Logline, a brief description of an episode, such as would be found in a TV guide. Narration, the act of playing out a scene and describing your actions, feelings, and words as a protagonist, a supplementary role, or as the environment itself. These descriptions are carried out from any point of view, for example, first or third person, and can involve camera and sound directions as needed to frame the scene. Pause, part of script change safety tools. Say this when scenes are intense, but you want to continue playing it out. Pause gives you a moment to gather yourself. Paranormal, a phenomenon that cannot be explained by science. In the context of this game, it includes unnatural and unnerving experiences, supernatural phenomena, cult behavior, alien activity, extra-dimensional and time travel, old gods, and knowledge beyond the ken of humankind. Pilot, a self-contained episode of Asher's Ridge typically played in one session. Gotta hydrate. You right. You know what? When you're right, Crit Witch. And some water. Some agua. Protagonist, a character created by a player. Oh, okay. So protagonist, I forgot we just never went through this in the, I don't think we ever discussed what a protagonist was in the quick set. A character created by a player who stars in an episode. Protagonists usually act against the paranormal in an effort to protect friends, family, and the people of Asher's Ridge. Okay. Rewind, part of script change safety tool. Say this to revise the current scene. Rewind to a specific point and be clear about the issues you have with the scene. Worth together to revise it. Work together to revise it and replay or erase the scene entirely. Risk, an action or event with uncertain or precarious consequences where both success and failure are interesting outcomes. That's Trooper's motto. Series, multiple episodes that connect together with the same cast of characters, preserving some of the plot and locations of past episodes from one to the next. Supporting role, a minor character who supports or opposes the protagonist. Supporting roles are played by any player with an episode to support scenes. During an episode to support scenes or raise the stakes when needed. Thread, a plot thread or word relating to something of interest occurring in or around Asher's Ridge. B, a noun, adjective, adverb, or verb consisting of 3 or more letters that is added to the mystery board. Threaded group, a group of threads with connecting letters. Thread groups represent a group of threads with connecting letters. Thread groups represent connected subplots of a larger overarching plot point. Thread zone, the area where threads are played. Viewer, the hypothetical person who watches the show or chat. And that's it. That's the one. We got her done. Oh, that works if I click on it. Let's see. Let me grab the link for anyone interested in saving their Kickstarter. If you want to see this when this comes out, and I will also figure out where the hell nope, that's that. And if you yourself would like to check out this quick start guide, there is the link over to their itch.io. They might also have it on their website. I can't remember if it just straight redirected me here to itch.io or not. Also don't know their website off the top of my head. But I'll look it up. Montford here. Because I know there's some weird stuff going on with itch.io that I know some people may not be comfortable visiting their site. So there is that. And while I'm here, if you guys were curious about the script change, no, that's not what it's called. No, it is called Script Change RPG Toolset. There is it was in the ttrpgs for Palestine group. It is a name your price tool set though, so if you want to check it out, you can check it out yourselves also. I think we got it in one. I don't even know if I did it on stream. I think I did. I think I saw it on stream. I literally clicked like 3 buttons. Yeah. It must be featured or something. Let me show you exactly what happened here. I came onto this screen and I was like, all right, we're gonna look some stuff up. And immediately I was just like, I was actually looking at this one and I was gonna make a comment, but because of its style, I was just like, I wonder if that's AI or not. And then I was like, you know what? Let me just keep looking because I'm not interested in playing a game like that anyways right now. I have to stay focused on spooky. And then the first thing I see is Asher's Ridge, and I was like, I see Asher's Ridge Kickstarter preview. Who puts a Kickstarter preview on? Rory Montford. I know who they are. Oh, I always call them Montford. I'm so sorry, Rory. Rory Montford. And then that was that. That's all it took. Not enough scoundrels. Phenomenal. An investigative urban fantasy. Wait, hold on. We're not going to read through whatever this is, but we all know I love a good detective story. I love a good mystery to solve. Oh my gosh. Oh my. Oh. Oh, play a monstrous investigator. A monster. Who's the monster? Investigation and or action. Download the beta now. Comes with a murder mystery adventure, perfect for one session. Blue. C. My god, it just keeps going. Eureka. Oh, I think this is all the people who have played it. Oh, they have a Kickstarter. I'm starting to think that everything on this first page may have a some preference here. Honey Heist. What are you sorting by? Popular? That makes sense. Well, I still think we got it in one. I'll still be looking at other games. But given all the prep that this game is probably going to take, it is this is probably the one we're going to be working on in ooh, Direct Descendant is the one of the books that Prax was recommending to me. Ooh, I look forward to looking at those also, Pope. I am excited to look through these. But I think because the thing is, and I was thinking about it, I was just like, I'm still gonna play This Person Should Not Exist. But that game is minimal effort to get set up. So the hardest thing about that game is trying to figure out how I'm gonna or where I'm gonna play the game. You know, that's the hardest part about it. Everything else is wildly simple to set up about that game. The hardest part is going to be playing Where's Waldo and figuring out how much time. I still need to do that. Maybe I'll do that tonight. I'll look up a Where's Waldo puzzle and I'll see how long it takes me to play it out. I need to reply to that also. But yeah, so thank you guys. You also love your solo playable titles. I sure do. I do love a good solo. Words to get me to look at your game: solo play, GMless. Those are my two keywords. Big into those words. And I mean, I could play this one solo, but I'm gonna ask around. I'm gonna see. I have to figure out a date for it, and then I'll ask around. But yeah, so I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I know it was like an hour of just distracted talking. I looked like this far into the game, and then I started talking about Houston weather. Then talking about the weather of living in the swamp and how frustrating it is when people live in a swamp town and then are frustrated that swamp things happen in said town, such as it rains, it's humid, you know, various other things. But those are the big ones, the temperature. Then also I talked a little bit about football, because the season is starting soon, baby, and I'm excited. Not for my team, because they've made some questionable decisions right before the deadlines. They definitely got some people I'm not happy about. Our traded recently. Swamps blood, swamps be humid. That's what I'm saying, Pope, and they just don't understand. I also said people need to stop moving to Houston. Don't move to Houston. Also, don't move to Austin. Austin is also very overcrowded right now, and definitely not the town people think it is. Not anymore. Austin, unless like you're like a Gen Z who's only ever heard of Austin as it is now. The Be Weird, or the people who still remember Austin is the Be Weird place is we'll be very sad to find out it is no longer weird. But yeah, so it was a fun stream. I really enjoyed it. I know it's been a little bit sparse on streaming. It's just because I've been busy. I've been busy and I've been sleepy. So I've mostly been sleeping during our streaming times, but hopefully everything kind of balances out here in September and I will be more available, hopefully, crossing my fingers, because I would like to work on this game. Asher's Ridge, I'm thinking we're gonna make the cards. Thank God it's not the whole game and it's a quick start. So we'll probably be making the cards. 2 words, self-care. Yeah, so true. It's why I feel like really good today. I feel really good today because I yesterday was said self-care day, self-start. Yesterday I like had like a really good everything shower after a long day. I changed sheets. It was like nice and cool last night because of the cold front coming through, and by last night I mean this morning because it's been a week, and I slept well. It's like I felt very good. So today I feel very good because of that, which is why I streamed. Otherwise I wouldn't have streamed. I would have just taken another day. Things coming up hold on, I need to look at my schedule. I have an offline game that's gonna start happening on Fridays soon. So my Fridays are going to be off. I never put this in my calendar, which is bad. Let me look at some starting dates real quick. Okay, it starts on this day. So let me put in. So starting on September 12th, over on our good friend, I could go for a cold front, brother. It is so nice. It was a really nice combo at Kurtwich, I have to tell you. It was such a good yesterday. Look, I didn't feel great yesterday, but I had to like I had been looking forward to this everything shower all week. So the only thing I didn't do is I didn't shave the sides of my head, which I've been meaning to do, but I'll do that this weekend. Because it's getting hot. My head's getting hot. I'll snooze this. Snooze that ad break. Because I was tired. I was like, I could just go to sleep right now instead of taking the shower, and I'll shower in the morning. And I was like, no, we've been looking forward to this all week. We're taking the shower. We're cleaning everything. Deep clean everything. I also didn't do a face mask. I like to do like the Aztec clay mask. It's a whole thing. I won't get into it. I'll let you go here soon. Starting on Friday, September 12th. It's going to be the 12th. Where's my mouse? It will be September 12th, 19th, and 26th, hopefully over on our good friend Trooper SJP's channel. I will be over there playing some Microscope. It is going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. There's some good people attached to it, and it should be a lot of fun. I've never played the system. I still need to read through the system, but it's going to be exciting. That's going to be September 12th. Sorry, I just realized you guys aren't seeing anything. Do I have a chatting scene here? Hold on, let's see if this isn't broken. It's not broken. Let's go. It's September 12th, 19th, and 26th. Those are all Fridays. And it's going to be sometime in the evening time. I think it's at it'll be at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time over on Trooper's channel. That's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be a Microscope game. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. Like I said, some good people attached to it. I'll let Trooper do the big announcement. But just so you guys know, that's where I'm going to be in my Friday evenings in all of September. Fridays are also no longer going to be a streaming day for I'll see what I'm going to do. The game I'm playing is bi-weekly. And it starts this week, next week. God, I hope it's not this week. I am not prepared for this week. Hold on. Oh, I'm panicking. Discard. I'm panicking. Open. No, it's next week. Yeah. And that's also going to be in the evening times. That's going to be deep in the evening too. That's going to be a late game for me. But that is going to be a lot of fun. It's bi-weekly. I'll see what's going to happen with the schedule. I might just not stream on those days and stream on the days I can. Maybe I'll do like Friday, Monday thing. We'll see. But I think Monday's going to come back into the rotation to make up for it. But we'll see. My schedule's all over the place anyway, so like what does it matter? But just so you guys know. So yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Spooky Game Month is coming in October. That is when we'll be doing This Person Should Not Exist. It's when we will be doing Asher's Ridge, and it is when we will be doing possibly another game. It would have to be just like This Person Should Not Exist, where it's like a real low-key prep game, because I think Asher's Ridge is going to take me a little bit. It depends on figuring out how I'm going to do the word tiles. That's going to be the difficult part of how I'm going to do the word tiles. That will determine a lot. Dun dun dun. But yeah, so looking forward to that. I might also do some Halloween emotes. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for stopping by. Thank you so much, Lady Luck, for the raid. Thank you so much, Prax, for the resub with the primer. And I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your morning, evening, nights. Don't forget to be nice to each other. Don't forget to be compassionate. And I will see you guys all in the next one. Bye. Hold on, I forgot. Oh, where's the button? Bye. Have a good one. And if I don't see you guys again, have a good weekend. I think I'm going to stream tomorrow though, so